suppose the ideal scenario is to pick up an early wicket and just create enough confusion. That's a good delivery, a little bit of bounce there, and touching down nicely on a good line and on a good length, and making life uncomfortable for McCaskey there. But he played it well in the end. And immediately now we see Raheem Cornwall just deciding that he's going to take Daniel Durham out of slip and place him at a short mid-wicket. And a little bit of width there, but not able to take advantage of that. In a way, he was kind of feeling for it as well, as it was so far outside the off stump. He could easily have left it. He opted to play at it, and then couldn't really get the power on it to beat Mike Lee Louis in the covers. So a quiet start for Barbados. We're in the third over. They just have one run on the board. That's a good delivery and a good bit of fielding as well. Problems here. It could be a run out at the wicketkeeper's end, but again, yes, no, yes, no. It just seems as if McCaskey was determined to get the run. A good bit of fielding in the end that knocked the ball down by Louis. And but in the end, it was eventually picked up by Casey McCarthy, but his return not in time. But really, it might have been very interesting. Although it might have been that he would have made it home. But a few butterflies there. Really, his heart must have been in his mouth there. That's a good delivery again. Good inward movement. Just coming in to the right-hander. So he has the ability, Louis, to move the ball both ways. We've seen that already this morning. Couple leaving the right-hander outside the off-stump. And a few as that, including that last delivery, swinging back in to the right-hander as well. So his each-way movement is going to cause a little consternation for the batsman. He is again pitching a beauty one, but a little bit of bounce as well, and that caused some problems there. But 2 runs at the end of over number 3. That's the latest here at the Queen's Park Oval. That's a quick delivery, but starting too far outside the off-stump there to interest the batsman, allowing it to go its merry way. Zachary McCaskey really seemed determined to take that single and almost got his team into some problems there. That's a good shot. This one could run all the way to the boundary. It's a long chase, but I don't think they're going to pull that one back. And that's very well played by McCaskey, the first boundary of the morning. And he quickly goes on to 5 as the score pushes on to 6 without loss. Got it close enough to the ball so he could play it. Played it well. Let's see what Archibald comes back with now. That's another good delivery. Again, just asking the batsman to play at one just outside that off stump. He was on the back foot for the previous delivery and pushed it square. This time he was pitching up a little bit more and almost in the same general delivery, same line. But on this occasion, he wasn't tempted to play. But this is good bowling. Does have the luxury of the 2 slips. Justin Graves and Raheem Cornwall. Of course, Jamal Hamilton is with the gloves. And there's Louis again. There is Archibald again, angling it across the right-hander. Asking him to play. Again, bang on target. This is good bowling. While he's not like beating the bat as much, but he's certainly keeping the batsmen honest, as they say, asking a few questions of them. Again, maintaining that good line, that very consistent line of his to end the over. Just a boundary, just a boundary in it. And at the end of that over, it's 6 without loss. So it's going to be Jeremiah Louis who is going to continue bowling to Craig Bradford, the Barbados captain, Barbados pride. Trying to get his team off to a good start here. I'm sure he'd love nothing better than to bat long and try to post some kind of total that will give his bowlers, and the Bajan bowling attack is a pretty strong one, although they've lost Jason Holder, who's off playing county cricket. That's another good delivery. You could just see the ball tailing back into the right-hander. And Bradford very much in control. I think where he runs into problem is when he kind of leans over towards the offside and then has to play across his pad to keep the deliveries out. It means at the end of the day he's playing across the line somewhat. But that's exactly what the bowler is going to ask the batsman to do here. It's right up in the block hole, and all of a sudden so it's been a nice quiet start to proceedings here, but I know that quietness is going to end pretty soon. Again, another good delivery, just angling the ball into the right-hander. And but good consistent bowling. And even though he's not troubling the batsman to any degree, he's still keeping the batsman honest all the time and making them play as much as possible, which is a good use of the new ball. Quite often we've seen bowlers either try to bowl too fast and they tend to stray in line or in length. He's been very consistent, and that off-stump line is he's really nagging there and trying his best to not spoil things so far for the Leeward Islands. Remember, they're the leaders at the moment on the table, and they would like to keep it that way. That's another good delivery. Just thought about the off-stump. Bradford kind of got himself a little bit too much towards the offside, but then he played it with a straight bat. He didn't go across it, which is exactly what the bowler would have been wishing for. But he showed good restraint there. That ends the over. Another maiden over. It's 6 without loss at the end of over number 5. And pretty soon I'll be joined by the Eclipse himself, Mr. Colin Murray. Nice bright sunny day, and certainly a good day for beach conditions, one would have to say. Good day for the river lime and any number of outdoor activities, kite flying, whatever. That's another good delivery though from Archibald. These two bowlers have really done a good job. They haven't beaten the bat much, but they've really kept the batsmen thinking about playing or not playing. And we saw earlier a near run out when Boatman was stranded in mid-pitch. Eventually they made it through and survived, as they say, to tell about it. But 6 without loss, and we're in over number 6, which suggests a pretty good start. And it's not figures that are deceiving. It's not like they're spraying the ball all over the place, but they've been consistent and been tidy. That's another good delivery. As I say, good morning to the one and only Colin. I was not going to say
we're going to make
Eclipse.
up. You're going to make up something.
Yeah. I was not going to say Colin Eclipse Murray. Yep.
Yeah, I knew you. Good morning, Mr. Mark.
Good morning, Mr. Murray.
Notice how I'm very respectful, Mr. Mark.
How are you?
I haven't called you that for about 25 years. Eid Mubarak to you, and certainly to the entire Muslim community. Beautiful day here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's nice. It's sunny. The outfield looks much better than it has done for the last game, and a lot of work has gone into the outfield. There were lots of brown patches all over that they're starting to get a little bit more green, and I expect in the next couple of weeks, hopefully by the end of April, that the outfield will be a lush green. Thankfully, Queen's Park, we have our own well here. So, we don't have to necessarily pull water from other sources. The well supplies us with enough to wet the outfield, because as you know, with the water restrictions now in Trinidad and
You
Tobago,
can't even put a hose out there.
you can't put a hose on.
That's a
which,
good delivery, yep.
Which has upset many people, especially those with nice gardens, like your wife that maintains your garden at home. I know you don't do anything you don't even watch the flowers and the plants that are in your garden. But I know a lot of people.
Why do I get the impression you're speaking for yourself there?
Well, I know you. You see, that's the thing. I know what you like and what you dislike. But anyway, let's get back to the cricket. It's been a pretty good morning so far. Barbados openers very watchful, as is expected.
And that's because I thought that these two bowlers have done a pretty good job with their lines and their lengths. And that's kind of like what I was referencing. They've been putting the ball right thereabouts, and getting a little bit of movement. And on that occasion, Archibald went past the outside edge. And you could see McCaskey going for a little walk.
Yeah, he's the kind of player that likes to get on with it, McCaskey. You know, you look at in terms of how he approaches his innings. You know, he starts getting the feel of the ball onto the bat, but once you're just slightly over pitched or just short, he tends to take advantage. But you're right, Archibald has bowled a good line and a good length.
He is again bowling another beauty. That one had the real pace on it and bounce. Carried two to be taken by the keeper. Guess what? It's another maiden. 6 without loss now, as 6 overs completed.
Yeah, so just going at about 1 run and over, but nothing. That's okay. You know, Barbados Pride, having won the toss and opting to bat, they're going to find they got to survive. I would think the first maybe hour and a half, because the pitch may have just a little bit of moisture in it. You know, they've been working on this pitch and wetting it over the last couple of days.
A little bit of rain that we had, how did that affect it? How did it impact the preparation? Because then you have to kind of figure out if you're going to add more water or not, cut back on the amount of water.
Well, don't forget, the pitch was covered. So it was just the outfield that was absolutely, which was great, because the outfield was drenched. But once the pitch was covered, they continued with this sort of preparations in terms of the amount of water that was needed, the amount of rolling, etc. That didn't change. The rain didn't change that. You know, they didn't even lose a day per se. You know, just when the rain had ended, they just pulled the covers to the side and they continued with their preparations. So I think it's going to be a good batting track. You know, funnily enough, in the last game Barbados played here against the Red Force had won the toss and opted to take full strike.
Yes, a little bit of appeal, but going down leg, just a little bit of inward movement. Louis has been doing that consistently. Even when he pulls it down and gets it to go away, the main one has been the one coming back in the off-cutter, coming back into the right-hander. And on that occasion, probably doing a little too much. Yeah,
it's clearly going down the leg side, but still beating the bat of Brathwaite. Let's have a look here. Clearly going down the leg side. And so that, you know, I think he said, Brathwaite, against the Trinidad and Tobago team, that had he won the toss, he would have batted first. As it turned out, it was a good toss to lose, and not that the pitch had any devils in it. I just think Trinidad and Tobago batted terribly in both innings, and Barbados eventually had 20 runs to make to win. You know, so and the pitch was a pretty good pitch. Getting into day 3, it started to keep maybe a little bit low, but you could see here it has a little bit of carry at the moment. So Brathwaite and McCaskey, they're doing a good job, because I think what they're looking for at the moment is survival. I think they would want to stay as long as possible, maybe an hour and a half, or even if they can bat through till lunch. I don't think the score matters at this point in time. I think survival is what is the most important thing for both of them. But they're finding a little bit of difficulty because the ball is moving around, and Louis in particular is getting some bounce.
It's again, and just badly lined on that occasion, starting too close to that leg stump, and Brathwaite is a master of that. He just sort of picks him off, a la Larry Gomes, and takes a comfortable single to fine leg.
Yeah, once you go off line with Brathwaite, he's gonna punish you. He's looking for a big one. I saw him yesterday at practice, and even he came out in the middle where the pitch is, and he was just
Spent
shadow
some
batting.
time,
Yeah, he was just shadow batting because of course they couldn't use the pitch, the match they pitched, but he was just on it shadow batting.
It's a good delivery again, good inward movement. You can see the ball curling in the air. And that ends the over. Another good one from Louis, and at the end of it, 7 without loss after 7 overs.
Yeah, and these two continue to battle on. Yeah, these two continue to battle on here. 7, just 1 run per over, but it doesn't matter. I think, as I keep saying, what matters for McCaskey and Brathwaite is survival. If they can see off these two opening bowlers, I think that's what they're going to want to do. The big man, Cornwall, will have to decide, is he going to take a couple overs in? I don't think the time is right for that at the moment. He's going to continue with Archibald and Louis. But they've also, Louis has bowled 4 overs. Archibald is coming up for his 4th. It's pretty hot here at the Queen's Park Oval. So he was
consider giving them a breather.
He may very well consider giving them a breather after maybe 5
at least
overs. At least one.
Yep.
And see if the other one can continue going. And there's no O'Shane Thomas in the team. He is left out. So I'm just looking to see maybe who is he can turn to bowl, a little bit of medium pace as well. And what I like about Archibald so far, Ruskin, he may need to come slightly closer to that off stump. He's getting the ball to deviate away from the right-hander on pitching. But I think he got to come a little bit closer to the off stump because McCaskey is now got accustomed to Archibald, and once he pitches in a certain area, he's allowing it to go through. So he just needs to get him played. Now they're putting a third slip in, which is, I thought it was a good move. When I looked at it first, and I thought 2 slips, they need a third slip because he's actually getting that ball to cut away from the right-hander.
So he's brought back Doral. In fact, he was there earlier to Brathwaite, and then he took him out. And as fate would have it, just where he took him from.
Yeah, well.
But he didn't get a run.
That's when you embarrass a captain. That's what you call, well, I'm going to embarrass the captain now. He's moved the man from mid-wicket, so he bowls the ball middle and leg.
I never did that to you, did
I? Thankfully, I can't remember. But, you
it wasn't deliberate.
Probably. But knowing you, probably not. You just didn't have the control. But, no, I think it's a good move. They need 3 slips, especially for McCaskey, I feel. Because he's the kind of player that is going to look... I'm really surprised so far. 5 from 20 deliveries? That's... Unlike McCaskey, I would think from 20 deliveries he would be somewhere 13, 14, 15, somewhere around there. But give credit to Archibald and to Louis. They haven't really bowled any bad deliveries. They've been on or... Archibald, for example, he's just on or around the off stump. As I say, I would like him to get a little closer. He has to make McCaskey play. But McCaskey has lined it up well. And every time he pitches just outside that line of the off stump, he knows it's going to cut away. And he's leaving it alone. The question is, can he bring one back at McCaskey?
And he did on that occasion, but that ball, you could see him driving, probably trying to drive it maybe to the offside, hitting the inner portion of the bat and coming back at him.
Yeah, and that's McCaskey. He's looking to score runs, and once that was pitched up to him, he was going into the drive, but as you rightly said, it just came back.
This one is Brathwaite.
Yeah, sorry, Brathwaite.
They look so alike.
Yeah, they do look alike. And actually, the reason I was thinking it's McCaskey is because Brathwaite is very rarely do we see him going into
big
those
drives.
attacking shots,
Yep.
big drives. And I just glanced up and thought it was McCaskey, but you're right. It is Brathwaite. 2 from 24 deliveries so far.
And this time they're going to get the single.
Now, is he going to take the third slip out for McCaskey?
He should keep him.
I
don't think
would-
he,
yeah.
he needs to, because McCaskey is the one who will go after him outside that off stump if he bowls out there.
But he's moving him out. So the reason I didn't look at the batsman, because I thought when he put in the third slip, it was in fact for McCaskey. But I think you made the point that the third slip was for Brathwaite and not McCaskey, and they've done it again. They've put Durham at a short extra cover in and that's not a bad idea either, because McCaskey likes to drive.
Driving square, but he can't get it through, and Hayden Walsh Jr. is in the way. So that completes another over, 8 without loss. 8 overs completed.
Yeah, 8
So
overs.
just
and,
chugging along.
they're just going along, and I don't think they'd be too perturbed. Of course, from a batsman perspective, you'd want to score. You'd want to see the scoreboard keep ticking over. And I think the discussion between the two of them now is that they've just got to try and get the singles, because it's at the moment they're just fighting for survival. And you look at it's going to be interesting, because this is a game you have to think Barbados must win.
They're giving him another over, giving Louis another over.
I'm not totally surprised, because they bowl well. I mean, Louis is in his 5th over, none for 3. Archibald, none for 4. So it's or none for 5. Sorry, Archibald. So it's just how long they can go for. I mean, Shamar Joseph, we know, can go for 12 straight overs. But Louis, it's a very, very hot day. We must make mention of that. Very hot conditions here. Now they've put a leg gully in place, which is very interesting.
And they have that mid-wicket there, but that's a comfortable 2.
He's swinging the ball into the right-hander, Ruskin, and I understand the reason for that leg gully. But the swing is far too early. If you from the time that ball leaves his hand, you can see it starts to move. You can see the inward movement. And the thing with Brathwaite, he plays late, and I thought that was a really good shot. Now they've brought that, I would say, more of a forward square leg. They've brought him in a few meters, almost like in a catching position, hoping that Brathwaite turns the ball a little bit in the air and can give the opportunity of a catch. Very interesting. And they've got that leg gully as well. But if I was Louis, I would try to not get that swing as early as he's getting it. No, that's a good delivery.
It's kind of like playing on his mind here now, because you're bringing the ball in all the time, and now he sees one that he feels he could score off of going outside the off stump. And unlike Craig Brathwaite, you don't chase after deliveries like that too often.
But it was short. But it was what was good about it, I thought. It was a quicker delivery as well. Far quicker than the ones that are coming into the right-hander. This was short, but it had a little bit more pace. And I thought by the time Brathwaite was looking to cut, it was through him. That's another good delivery.
And that one swung the other way. You could see it curling, going away from the right-hander. So he's really asking questions of both batsmen here now. But you're right, after 5 overs under these conditions, and remember it's pretty hard underfoot to solid.
Yeah.
Although when I walked out in the field earlier, the close to the boundaries was a bit damp, so I don't know if that is water that was put on there.
Yeah, there is, as I said, they've been watering the hair 3 times a day.
So when I jumped at him a little bit, he got so close to it. And eventually got a boundary though.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, they're watering 3 times a day, Ruskin, so you would find, and they watered this morning at 6 o'clock. There's that ball short. Brathwaite was across it nicely. Yeah, so that I'm not surprised if you did because the water will be, it'll run off.
Mm-hmm. But the field, you must commend the ground staff here. The field really looks a picture. It looks really nice. Plus, I'm seeing work is going on in the pavilion.
Well, there's a lot of work going on now because ICC and CWI, and in particular ICC, have made inspections here up to Tuesday, and they've mandated Queen's Park to do some restoration work on the dressing rooms, the third umpire. That third umpire booth is going to come down, and a new one is going to be installed there. And then there's some work in the media center
Just below
downstairs.
us,
Yeah,
yep.
where the written press
Mhm.
is. So all of that has to be done.
It's well played.
He's getting a little more confidence now. Brathwaite.
40 without loss after 9.
It says Brathwaite is on 9, McCaskey on 5. Look, they've soaked up a lot of deliveries. 33 for Brathwaite, 21 for McCaskey. Yeah, it's because of
Cornwall. He's going to come into the attack himself.
Not surprised after 9 overs. Yeah, of course there's supposedly, and we haven't got the fixtures as yet, that they're going to be warm-up games staged here at the Queen's Park Oval, because they're going to be, teams are going to be housed here before they started the World Cup. So there are going to be some warm-up games, and they're going to be here at the Queen's Park Oval. We don't know how many games yet. You're getting all sorts of rumors that there may be double headers for 4 days coming at the end of May, but we're not too sure.
Playing a double header of a 50 over,
No,
20 overs.
20
You
overs,
play
yeah.
one, you
You're
start one
playing-
at 10 in the morning.
We're not sure whether it's 10 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon. You start one at 3 in the afternoon, and maybe
You play one
the
under
next
lights.
one under lights. So we're not too sure. All this information is very sketchy at the moment. But a lot of work is going on with the dressing rooms, just bringing them up to ICC standard, let me put it like that. And so a lot of work going on, and we have a lot of work still to be done in the outfield. But it's coming to come. And then hopefully if we get 1 or 2 showers in May, would also assist. But as you rightly said, Cornwall, the skipper, is into the attack. And standing up there with him, having a chat, is Casey Carty, his vice captain. So it's,
I guess you could say there's the long and the short of it there. As whatever they say goes. Yeah. And they've worked out whatever the strategy is. But it's good to see players contributing to whatever it is the plan is. It's not just the captain, doing his own thing in a sense.
yeah.
Even though at the end of the day he's, the final decision is his. But it's so good when you could see other players getting involved and making a contribution, and especially when it works, then they feel that they're part of the team, and and it helps to grow confidence. So we do have our first bit of spin for the morning, as Colin indicated. Rakim Cornwall from the southern end, or the Jerry Carew members balcony end, the Brian Lara pavilion end. Where is the Colin Murray?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check on it. I'm not sure. It's somewhere around.
Jeffrey
but
Stallmeyer
It's
stand.
probably behind
I
the
don't know.
pavilion.
Is
It's
it
hidden.
Is it the Colin Murray? Is it the Colin Murray side screen?
That's not a bad idea.
And first delivery, badly lined, a little bit too much towards leg, but a comfortable single. Cornwall has bowled really well throughout this tournament. I mean, just 1 or 2 spells he probably got roughed up a bit, but in the main, he's somehow always found a way to take wickets. And I think, and even bowling with the new ball, he's been able to keep batsmen quiet and been able to take wickets as well. I call him the minimalist. It's the minimal movement.
Yes. He's, the thing with Cornwall is he he always finds a way to pick up a wicket or two, and that's what you need. He gets some turn. He's tall, so he's also gets some bounce as well.
He does have a forward short leg.
Yep, he has.
A mid wicket close in also. And there's a nice stop. That's brilliant indeed. They're just scrambling over to his right. There's Joel Andrew, making a brilliant stop. That's what you call Murray-like in his fielding there.
Yeah, I thought it had actually gone past him.
But yeah, that was a fine stop. I think Cornwall will have to thank him because that had 4 runs written all over it. Goes for that sweep again. There is a man out there. And so he's taking that one from outside the off-stump, Craig Bradford, that time.
That's one way to counter Cornwall. Once it's given a little bit of air and outside the line of the off stump, it's a safe shot if you're going to sweep. And Brathwaite, of course, has that experience. So Cornwall first over comes to an end. Very ordinary type over, no real alarms. And the Leeward Islands, they go up to 16 for none.
Yeah, it's a good over. Nothing much happened in the over other than that sweep shot. We felt when you had the oohs and the ahs as he was going slightly across the line of the ball. But in the main, the batsmen handled it very well. And they continue to go along at their own merry little way. They're not trying to do too much. They're not getting overly aggressive, although it has to be said, over the last couple of overs, we've seen a few more aggressive stroke play. They've decided maybe to, now that they've seen the ball a little bit better, they've decided that they will maybe just expand some of those stroke play just a little bit more. And Colin, the scoreboard to our right has decided to take a break. Is that the eclipse coming back?
The scoreboard, I tell you what, Ruskin, that scoreboard, in my view, it has seen in better days. It came up since the 2007 World Cup. And parts are now becoming very difficult to get.
Source, right.
Yeah, and maybe NGC can come up with a new replay screen.
Well, it's back up now, so maybe they're just having
but
you're seeing some fallout.
Yeah.
Some of the cells are probably going.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, that you're talking that replay screen is now came in before 2007. So you have to say it's nearly about 18, 19 years old. It's lasted well.
Yep.
It's lasted better than you. At least you can get some life out of it. Still, it's difficult to get any life out of you.
Yeah, because I'm walking on one leg. I'm hopping along. That isn't moving anywhere. Graves is into the attack. That's a beauty.
A lovely ball.
Yep.
I tell you what, I'm really impressed with Justin Graves. I like his commitment. He's got into the West Indies team to Australia. He had some decent spells with the ball. Let's have a look at this here. As that one pitched and moved away as it hit the seam, moved nicely away from Brathwaite. And you would think he would want to get the West Indies skipper out to show him that, hey, you need to use me more when we have test matches. That's a little too wide of the off stump. Yeah, I was pretty impressed with him getting into the test team. And to be honest, I was one of those who felt that we had no chance against Australia, and that we would lose 2 games, the 2 tests. And my hope was that at least it would go 5 days, and that we'd be competitive. But I think Justin Graves played a really good role. He came on with the ball at times. He came on. He got I think he got a 50 in one game, or close to a 50. I can't quite recall now, and I don't have the stats in front of me. But I remember him coming on with the ball as well and picking up the odd wicket, just to give the Josephs and Kemar Roach a bit of a rest.
And if you look at his mechanics, Colin, I think he can bowl faster. And the reason I'm saying so You look at when he braced that right leg, he collapses a little bit and he kind of veers to the left. It might just be habit. If he was to stand up straight and really put it in there, he could probably get a meter or two quicker.
He probably can, but the thing is,
He's tall, too.
Yeah, the thing is, I remember him when he first came into first class cricket. Didn't know him very much in terms of his bowling. Let's have a look at this delivery again. He didn't appeal Graves, and he may have got a little bit of an inside edge. Was it too?
Probably.
Yeah, I think he got a bit of an inside edge, and that's why if you look at Graves, he never went up.
Teasing him outside the off stump there, asking him to play a big shot.
But I think he missed out. He should have, once he found the gap, and that's Brathwaite. You need to find the gap. But at the end of the over, 16 for none. The Barbados Pride, having won the toss and opting to take first strike. They're going along slowly, 16 in just about 50 minutes. And so it's not a matter of a Barbados opening, certainly not a Greenwich and Haynes. You would have thought in the days of you with Greenwich and Haynes, there would have probably been a run a minute. It would have been close to 50.
This is more Carlisle based on Telston Payne.
But give them credit, though. I think it's been they're doing well. The important thing for them is not to give their wickets away.
And they almost did with that run out because it was really unnecessary. And it was a good shot, but it was brilliant fielding as well. And then both batsmen found themselves in mid-pitch, watching at each other. This time he gets it past that short backward square. And he's going to get 3 runs, Joel, or 2 at least. Joel did well to track it down.
Again, I thought the run in there, Ruskin, was a little bit too casual. They should have been looking for 3. Because when you look at it, Joel had to run from that short, fine leg all the way. He just pulled the ball back in a meter or so from the boundary rope, and they still only ran 2. And that's something I would like to see improved in West Indies cricket on the whole, is the running between the wickets. You look at other countries, the New Zealanders. They
do it at every level.
I tell you what, 3 is 3.
That's well played. He got that in the gap nicely. They're thinking of a second.
No, that was good calling, though. They didn't have a second in that. But there many times you've seen batsmen should have taken 3 and only take 2, and then inevitably they get out the ball after or 2 balls later, and you think, well, had they run 3, it would not have happened.
Nice fielding again under the bat there. So they're busy under the bat. This time was Michael Louis, the man. I saw him take a really good catch in that forward short leg position earlier. Strike appeal again, but so the overs are coming through thick and fast. 12 overs completed now. It's 19 without loss.
And Cornwall, 2 overs have cost him 5 runs. But he's so far he's been tidy. He's getting a little bit of bounce and some turn. But let's have a look at this. The delivery.
Bat and pad.
Yeah.
With a shout though.
Yeah, worth a shout, but I don't think the umpire will give that type of decision. It's always will have some doubt. But Justin Graves is going to continue. He's just had the 1 over so far. 3 runs coming from it. Or was it a maiden? No, it was a maiden over. He bowled, didn't he? Just checking. Yeah, it was a maiden over. So he's going to continue. This time he's bowling to McCaskey. And that's how McCaskey is going to play. If it's giving him the little bit of width, he's going to look to drive through the offside. No movement of his feet. He just stood there and was looking to plaster it through the offside. He's an attacking type of player. And that was a good delivery because it was just back of a length. And may have
Bounce.
just hit, got some bounce as well. Because you made the point, Graves is a tall man. So he's going to get some bounce.
And I will actually put back in that third slip for him because it's going to hit the edge hard, I think, especially with McCaskey because he will go after it. That's well played. Again, Bradford wasn't too keen on taking that single, but McCaskey willed him.
Yeah,
to
but
take
it wasn't Bradford's call. The ball was going down towards a straightish mid-on, and you have to trust your partner in situations like that. You cannot decide, hey, I'm not going to run. The ball is at the back. From the time he played it, you just
He started to move.
Yeah, you need to move.
Haven't seen too many of those, but at least they're not overdoing it, and it's a little bit of a surprise element. But that was well over his head.
Surprised. I was surprised at that, and I'll tell you why. I'm not surprised that he's bowled that ball, but I'm surprised he's bowled it to Brathwaite because initially he had a man down at the deep backward square leg position. So it gave me the impression when he was bowling to McCaskey that he's going to bowl a short one.
That's well
Good
played.
fielding.
Powell.
Yeah, but what he has done, if you watch, he's brought the backward square leg in to just a square leg position, just backward, just to the right of the umpire. So it surprised me, since he moved the man from the deep position, that he would bowl that type of short delivery. Because if you're going to try to induce a hook,
You want to have cover down
you want
there.
to have cover there.
Well, we did talk about giving captains nightmares.
That's a good delivery.
That's the line that he's bowled. This is the second one we've seen kind of take off from just sort of a good length. And again, it's because of his height, but it's exaggerated because of the fact the line is so good that the batsmen have to respect it. And on both occasions, they kind of got out of it, but they thought about playing.
Yeah, and that's it. It was that type of line, type of length that you sort of line it up to play, and all of a sudden it gets some bounce and some movement.
And this one again, this is a little further up, and but Bradford did well this time, judged it nicely to end the over. Another one is in the books. 13 gone is 20 without loss.
Now, it's been two really good overs from Justin Graves. I'm pretty impressed with these two overs because he's bowled with a little bit of pace, he's got some bounce, he's got some movement. And, I was thinking all along when Archibald and Louis were bowling that you need to give one of them
Who
a
would be the
rest. And
third
who is the
option?
third one? And it slipped me that Justin Graves is right there. And he's doing well. He's come into the attack, and the odd maybe ball too wide of the off stump, but other than that, I think he's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length.
And they're keeping it tight.
I sometimes wonder about the field placing because the score is 21 for none.
Why have
or
a long one?
I don't understand it. I mean, is it that suddenly Brathwaite and McCaskey, they're going to go over the top? Well, then let them go over the top.
It's they're appealing, but he made contact with it. I'm not quite sure why Cornwall is it that he felt that he had gone
Yeah,
past the bat on that occasion.
Yeah, quite obvious. But yeah, just going back to that, it's 20 for none. You're in the first hour of play, and you have a long on. I mean,
And you're striving for a wicket too. You're pushing for a wicket.
let him go over the top. If he wants to go over the top and he hits you for 4, then great. If he does it the second time, then you put the cover. But you're already starting with a long on. And, I mean, McCaskey and Brathwaite would have to be, they would have to lose their marbles.
to try to hit it down there.
Try to hit it down there. Just play it along the ground and get your single, which they're doing so far so good.
So the sun has gone in a little bit. It's not the brilliant sunshine that we had earlier. It's a nice little cool conditions prevailing. But we did start this morning in brilliant sunshine. It was hot and steamy. And
Yeah.
Cornwall continues to chain them over the end of another quick over, not quick in terms of pace, but quick in terms of the length of time that it took. 22 without loss, 14 overs, and the players will get some refreshments. So we'll be back in a short while. For the resumption of play here. Quiet first hour. And I think that's kind of like what Craig Bradford was alluding to this morning. He said he just wanted to. The reason he chose to bat is he felt the wicket was a good one for batting, and he wasn't thinking too far ahead. But he did say that he feels the wicket will take spin later on. His spinners will come into their own, but it's about laying a foundation now. And here he goes again, playing a little bit away from the body, but this time getting it into that gap. Down to a vacant third man. 4 more.
Yeah, it's too short. You cannot. And not only was it too short, it was wide. So it gave Brathwaite the opportunity to free his hands. Look at it. Short, wide, and all he has to do really is stand there and say, okay, thank you very much, which he did. So probably the first bad ball we've seen from Justin Graves, and you'd have to put that down to the little bit of a break maybe. You always get, when you come back from a break, you either get a quick early wicket or runs flows. Let's wait and see what happens.
26 without loss now.
That's better.
Tidied up, attacking the stumps on this occasion. And Colin, you like the battle as it sets right now. We have 2 rounds of matches to go. We have the Leeward Islands leading the standings.
Yep. 81.2 and Windwards with 71.6, Barbados 67.4. So you have to think that Barbados must win. And then don't rule out Guyana. They always come with a late surge. And they're with 66.8. Jamaica seems out of it, 53.4. Well, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the defeat against Barbados, that has killed their chances.
Them back,
yeah, that has really killed their chances. Even if with 2 outright victories, I can't see them catching the Leewards. The Leewards would have to lose 2 games, and not only that, the other teams that are ahead of Trinidad will also have to do badly. So it appears to be a straight fight between Leewards and Barbados, but of course the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they having lost that game against Trinidad, set them back. They had at that time they had played 3, won 3, and then they have subsequently lost the 2 games after that, yep. 2 in a row. Mm-hmm. And they've lost 2 in a row, Ruskin, but you still look at their points tally. They're 71 points. 4 more than Barbados and 10 less than Leeward. So just imagine had they won one of those games,
they might still
they would have been in the lead. But they're still there. They're still there or thereabouts. You can't count them out. A victory. I mean, their ideal thing would be a draw here.
Right.
And if they were to win, yeah.
That's why it's so important to play every game. You play the situation of the game, and then at the end of the game, then you see. But the plan is always to try to win the games that you're playing. You just don't know what is going to happen elsewhere. I mean, who would have thought Trinidad and Tobago would capitulate the way they did, against Barbados in the last game?
I mean, it was incredible. I mean, we were all sitting here and talking about, can Trinidad and Tobago Red Force maybe set Barbados 175, 200, which would be interesting for them to get the latter part of D3 and into D4. Because they were going along so well. They had erased the deficit. They had got to 107 for 3, and they said, okay, they're not for 3. And however, if they can maybe add, say, as I said, between 150 to 200, Barbados having to bat last, with his spinners. Carrie Pear was bowling pretty well. Brian Charles was bowling pretty well. And you figured, well, and then of course you had you had Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip.
Here's another one pulled away again, but just a single.
Yes, so it was a pretty good bowling attack, and you felt, and then all of a sudden, from 107 for 3, they were 126 all out. It was almost like you figured, hey, this is not real. This is not happening.
But it happened. And now they have to, I suppose, they're playing CCC now, and they have to kind of put that behind them and just focus on what is in front of them.
Yeah, they've got CCC, and then they've got Jamaica in their last game. So they've got a situation where they've got to try and win 2 games outright. Jamaica is obviously going to be very difficult to beat in Jamaica. And Jamaica themselves will be looking for points.
Yeah, they haven't played as well as they would have wanted. Another sweep shot again, so he's gone almost that's 4 runs. This time he's pulled it away from Louis at backward square there and picked up the boundary. So good sensible batting, not taking too much of a risk, got over it, rolled the wrist on it and kept it well away. He kept it away from the man at that short fine leg and kept it away from the man at deep square leg.
But again, Ruskin, as we just go back to the table a little bit, don't write off Guyana, because they're coming with a late surge, 66 points, and they've got Jamaica and CCC to play. So 2 outright victories for them.
They're scoring big runs too,
Yeah.
400 regularly now.
So if they can get 2 victories, you can never tell. Which it's good. I think it's good for the game. It's good for the regional cricket that you still have maybe 4 teams that are in with a chance to win the tournament. But Leeward Islands, I think it's, to be honest, it's theirs to lose now.
And the reverse sweep is also, he swept him in the orthodox fashion, got 4 runs. Now he went reverse, same result.
It's an interesting shot from Brathwaite. They ended the over 31 for none, but 2 boundaries for Brathwaite. Look at him. He goes up to is he on to 12 now? No, he's on to 16 because Brathwaite, sorry. I'm just checking. I think he's on to 23.
McCaskey.
Yeah, Brathwaite. I think they
mixed them up.
They've mixed them up. The score is 35 without loss. We know that for sure. But Brathwaite is on 23. So we're just trying to get things correct here.
That you would think that is the surprising part of it, that Brathwaite is
Yes.
outscoring McCaskey almost 2-1.
And McCaskey shouldn't be too worried about that. I think it would give him the opportunity to continue to play himself in.
He is edging, and I was talking about the third slip because of the height and bunks that he could generate off this. Is going to hit the edge, and it's going to hit the edge hard. And I was making that call. That ball flew right where third slip would be,
And Ruskin, again, I don't understand the field placing. You're in the first day. Well, not even you're in the first period before lunch. You're getting some bounce, you're getting some carry outside the line of the off stump, and yet you're going with 2 slips. I just don't understand it. And then you have this man at that deep backward square leg from McCaskey. I have not seen a short ball, rising short ball to McCaskey yet. So why don't you take that man out and put him into a third slip if you're going to be bowling outside the off stump?
It certainly is. It's almost as if he's bowling to 2 plans. you know.
That sounds like you.
Yeah, well, plan A and plan B all in one.
I like how I'm not sure what I need to say to you because I wanted to say I like your trend of thought, but it's a crazy trend of thought. You have to decide. Yes, a plan A for batsman A and a plan B for batsman B, but you can't be deciding that you're going to opt for 2 different type of deliveries. Look there again. He goes full outside the line of the off stump. If he drove, he might have got the outside edge. It probably would have gone through the third slip again. He's driving hard. Why do you have a deep backward square leg? Well,
or even if you wanted to do that, you could also take the man at fine leg and bring him around a little bit, and you kind of cover the 2 positions. Because you're not,
that's right. You could take him.
He's not going to flick it off the leg, so it's going to go fine. He may hook at it, and it probably will go squarer. So you can bring the fine leg around and still bring that man into position, or even get rid of the mid wicket. and put him into into the slip cordon and give yourself a chance there as well. So it's I suppose it's just the thinking, and quite often I think, as I've seen during this tournament so far, a lot of times the captains and the bowlers, I suppose, because they would have contributed to that plan, they're focused only on what is on the wicket, if you know what I mean, what is right in front of them there, but they're not seeing the bigger picture and how they could probably buy themselves a few wickets more readily. And this time, he's drifting into the pads and might go to the boundary and just pulling it back just inside. That's good cricket.
And good running.
And they're going to pick up a third run.
Yeah, good running. That's what I mean, you know. But, yeah, just going back to the field placing, I don't think the guy at deep backward square has fielded one ball.
In that position.
In that position.
So now they're bringing him in for Bradford.
But then again, why at a backward square leg?
But then you don't strengthen the slip cordon.
Crazy.
To me, that is the area that you need to focus on now. They're bringing the mid wicket. They're bringing the man up deep backward square to mid wicket. The fine leg has been brought around as we were suggesting.
But they now got a short
Straight,
mid on, a
yep.
short straightish mid on, which I have no problem with, because it tells me that you're going to try and bring the ball slightly back into Brathwaite, and if he drives a little uppishly, you're going to man in a catching position. The end of the over, 7 runs coming from it though, and Barbados is certainly starting to move along nicely now, 42 for none.
It's a good battle taking place right now, and I think the Leeward Islands might be getting a little bit worried that they haven't been able to remove either of these two batsmen. I'm sure they would have been hoping by now to be maybe bowling at a number 4 or possibly a number 5 batsman. Instead, the two openers have really dug in here for Barbados and are keeping them at bay. 23 to Bradford, 19 now to McCaskey. He's catching up quickly.
Well, he's faced 21 deliveries less.
And going to get some more here. Should get a couple. And they take it quite comfortably too. Not much that Carty could do about it.
You're seeing a little more confidence now in McCaskey. He's starting to look to play shots, and so I think he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in terms of the bounce of the pitch and the carry. So he's I expect him to play a couple more shots, but he's got to be careful in so doing.
And you're going to get more runs here now, so the run's starting to flow now. They're going to get us a couple as well. So 2 through the offside, and another couple down to fine leg now. So they're scoring on both sides of the wicket, which is I don't think that's what Cornwall wants to see. He would really like to limit the scoring options as much as possible. McCaskey though showing tremendous restraint here, not going after anything or allowing the bowlers to come to him. He's on 23 now, the same as Brathwaite. And a bit of turn there, but slow turn, not any prodigious spin from Cornwall. 46 without loss. Barbados won the toss and opted to bat first. So far, so good. And this one hits the outside edge, and they're going to get a couple again. I thought so. They decided to just take the one. So again, the run-in, not of the best, but Graves did well.
Yeah, I thought Graves really charged after that ball. Like when it came off the bat, you thought it might have been 2, but give Graves credit, he charged after it, and the batsmen they were thinking of 2. By the time they looked up, Graves was onto the ball.
It's a tall man, just long strides. So Bradford again on the back foot, right back on his stumps to keep that one out. The end of the over, 47 without loss.
Yeah, it's they're going along nicely. They look pretty comfortable at the moment. And you look at some of the bowling figures. 18 overs have been bowled, And you look at the two opening bowlers, Louis none for 9 from 5, and Archibald none for 5 from 4. So it was not, I wouldn't like to say a struggle, but a very watchful period for the Barbados Pride openers. They weren't taking any chances against Louis and Archibald and really seeing them off for the first 9 overs, because the pitch had a little bit of moisture in it, and was a little bit of movement and also carry. And they've been able to survive that early onslaught, and you could see both batsmen now coming to terms with this pitch.
And again, they've gone back to that deep square leg position, and just the 2 slips. That's great. That's a good shot. That's going to be 4 runs. When the moment it left the bat, and you could just see McCaskey leaning on that one and placed it well away from the man at mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah, as I say, he's now starting to find his feet in terms of, look at the shot, a really good shot, but look at the line. It was a poor line. It was coming into the pads, and all McCaskey had to do was to pick the gap, which he did beautifully, but a really not a good delivery from Graves. And again, if you're going to, it baffles me with the deep backward square leg, because you're now keeping the ball up to the bat. You're not bowling short. And then if you're bowling short, you're bowling outside the line of the off stump.
That's 4 more.
This is really crazy. And McCaskey is now starting to moto, because that also brings up the 50. And McCaskey goes on to, is he into the 30s?
Yeah, he's into 32
he's
now.
into 32. So he is really, he's picked up the pace nicely. And this is the McCaskey. Look at this. This just outside the line of the off stump, but it's too short. So all McCaskey has to do is open the face.
55 without loss now after that boundary. And so how do they plug this gap now? Because he's certainly bowling well. And
Well,
we see Hamilton making the adjustments in the field.
well, Cornwall is standing next to him, so I'm not too sure if...
So he's brought the man from mid-off, to mid-on rather, on the offside. He's brought in the deep square leg to mid-wicket. He brought the backward point into, is it a 3rd slip now? Or
Yeah, let's say maybe a straightish gully or 4th slip. I know. But we've been clamoring for this all the time, and they've put a man down a deep point, but they've taken the deep backward square and put him to mid-wicket. And
that's a peach of a delivery.
Yeah, but that's the feel, Ruskin. That's the feel you're looking for. If this man is going to continue to bowl this ball just on or around or outside the line of the off stump, you've got to give him the protection, because McCaskey is going to be driving. If he gets the ball to move away, he's going to get the edge. He's driving hard at it. So it's very likely it's going to go squarish to where that gully is. Or if he beats the gully, it's going to go down to the man at the deep point. That's where the man should be, because he's bowling outside the line of the off stump. And why have they wasted that deep backward square for 3 overs? It's absolutely crazy.
And that was a nice teasing delivery there, pitching up and asking him to drive, but McCaskey again showing excellent restraint, good concentration, goes for a little walk. Probably fighting with himself there, saying, boy, I wanted to throw the bat at that one.
Yeah, he's that... he can when he gets going. That's the thing with him. When he gets going, he sometimes gets a little bit carried away. He's got to have restraint here and pick the right balls.
Another good delivery just in front of him and getting his attention. Even though he didn't play the shot, you could see him getting into position and just holding the bat there. It's almost as if he's waiting to see if it would come back at him.
Yeah. But a good delivery, because it tempted him. And McCaskey, he can be tempted because he loves to play shots.
Have you ever been tempted as a batsman to play a shot that you think you could play?
All the time.
You didn't see a ball you could
All
hit.
the time.
There wasn't a delivery he couldn't hit. That's another good delivery. Even though he went for the boundary earlier, he's come back nicely in the latter half of this over. But at the end of it, 19 gone, it's 55 without loss.
Yeah, I would just like to see him getting a little closer to the off stump. He's he's going still a little bit too wide, and obviously he's trying to tempt McCaskey and said, okay, you've hit me for 2 boundaries, come again, let's see you. And McCaskey has done well. I think he's and it's obvious because of the change in the field as well. McCaskey now realizes, hey, the man has got a gully, he's got a deep point, so do I take the chance? Do I take the gamble to go after him outside the line of the off stump? If I don't connect properly, I get the outside edge. And even if I do connect properly, there's a man at the deep point. So I think he's probably waiting for Graves to just bring that ball up to him, that he can probably drive. But it's a nice contest between Graves and McCaskey.
Do you bring back one of your opening bowlers? Maybe in the last 20 minutes before lunch, possibly.
And then you've also got the left arm spinner that
You
we haven't
also
seen yet,
and you
Durham.
also
And then
have
you've got Hayden Walsh
Wade
Jr.
Walsh.
So it's just about, 35 minutes to lunch? So I would think that he may opt for one of Durham or Walsh Jr.
And there they go again. That's Braffett, beautifully played, a reverse sweep. And there's no protection out there. And that's 4 good-looking runs.
Well, I tell you, I'm not a fan of this reverse sweep, especially in 4-day cricket. But Brathwaite is playing it well. It reminded me of the left-hander Athenaeus. But the thing is, Cornwall is so slow. He's just tossing the ball in the air. And it's giving Brathwaite enough time to actually get into that position to play that reverse sweep. That's better. Pushing it through.
And what they've done, they've put the man at cover, brought him to point. And so Braffett obviously seen that big gap in front of him there, just gave himself a little bit of room and took full advantage. So he's manipulating the field. Are you warming up, Colin Murray?
Well, I find all of a sudden, I find this.
I see you keep moving your arm as if to suggest.
I'll tell you, the aircon is working very well. The air condition here, it's absolutely working well. No complaints about that, I tell you. Whew. Boy.
Because the way I see you moving your arm,
Yeah.
I see what. I want to know why is Colin warming up?
Well, I was hoping it's not going to get stiff, Ruskin. The way this air condition is hitting it here, I said, boy, it's getting stiff.
It's the second time I see you doing it.
Yeah, you thought I might be looking to replace Graves at the Willie Rodriguez end here.
I want to know what is Colin doing?
Yeah, no, it's
warming up in the box.
I wanted to make mention about the air condition before, but I thought maybe it's just me. Okay, you seem to be all right.
This is what happens when you go to school in West Virginia. It used to get to minus 60 below. You know what I mean?
No,
like me, the whole chill factor. My word.
Well, I was in England for 5 years, so I kind of have an idea. But it's the end of the over, 60 without loss. Yeah, I remember one day. You know, there's certain things you never forget. I was going to, of course, I was a young teenager, late teens. I was 19 or 20, and I was going to this party, and the fashion in those days was these big heavy boots. Right? I don't know, I can't see myself in that now.
Like those Timberland.
Yeah, these big heavy boots. And I went, I begged my parents to get one. So they sent the money for me and I buy one. Go into this, I was going to this party, walking.
Where were you, in Worcester? Where?
No, in Birmingham.
In Birmingham.
I was 5 minutes away from the party, so I was walking. But it was really cold, and there was like a layer of ice on the ground. Well, do I have to tell you what happened?
You kept slipping and sliding.
The boots went one way, I went another way. It was. I thought, Lord, and the first thing is I got up quickly, and I looked around.
This is funny.
That's the first thing I did. I looked around quickly and realized it. Then after that, I was sort of tiptoeing, going to my way.
That's well pulled again. Well played also. But the field looks so much better now that you could see the concentration is on that off stump. So you don't have to worry about changing the line because you have to field a deep backward square that you want to bring into play at some point in time. It doesn't mean that he can't bowl a short ball, but he could line it up on that same off-turn position, and if he feels you could hook, then go ahead and hook. It might just go straight up in the air.
And you got a man at fine leg, so if he gets a top edge or anything like that, you got protection out there.
Still nagging that off-stump line, which is not bad because Bradford, I'm sure, would want to try to keep scoring. He's been rotating along now, 28 and 32 respectively, Bradford and McCaskey. 60 without loss. They've done very well. So it's really a little, they're playing on his nerves here a little bit. Why don't you give me something I could hit, is what Bradford is probably saying. But that off-stump line is proven to be a bit of a challenge. Well bowled. Right up in the block hole. Bradford almost yorked himself there. And McCaskey's probably, Graves is probably saying to that, reverse sweep that, no. And so it's a battle here between bat and ball. Number 1 playing number 3. So it's a real battle here. Both teams wanting to do well. That's brilliant. Brilliant indeed. And that's going to be 4 runs. Very well played through extra cover. He didn't hit it hard, he just pushed it. And that's 4 runs on the West Indies captain.
And you know, there's nothing wrong with that, because Graves, he took it up to Brathwaite. He went in the drive. He's got a mid-off. He's got a cover. He bisected the field, and give him credit for that. You know, it's not a bad delivery per se, because he wants him to drive. Maybe he needed to carry it. It was a little too full. That's going down leg.
It did too much. Just did a little too much. And a good appeal though, but clearly it was going down leg, and a good delivery too, because he rushed onto him and struck him low down on the bat. 64 without loss at the end of that Justin Graves over.
Yeah, both batsmen at the moment on 32.
So 64 without loss, and
I think they both. Well, Cornwall has got to decide. He needs to mix it up a little bit now. You know, I think both batsmen are getting pretty comfortable with
them.
Yeah, both himself and Graves. So he needs to try something different. He needs to either bring on Walsh Jr. for an over or 2, bring Durham. You know, and even if he takes one, either Graves off and maybe have an old spin attack, and gives himself another over, and then maybe bring on Walsh. But they're getting the two of them starting to look very comfortable now.
Well, there is the long on in place, and so the batsmen are just pinching singles down to that long on position without any bother at all. And so they're just humming along here. Both batsmen on 32 now, or 32 and 33, I should say. McCaskey goes on by 1 now to 33. And Bradford has to be careful. There is a forward short leg, and there's a man just at short square leg, just to the right of where the umpire would be. The umpire is on the offside, and they brought the backward point in place instead of that cover. And that's well played, because again, manipulating the field or finding where the gaps are, and when earning himself a very comfortable single. So now both batsmen on 33, 66 without loss. And what that suggests to you, Colin Murray, not an extra in the inning so far. Not a no ball, nothing. And there's a good bit of fielding again. Hayden Walsh, he was going the wrong way. He started to go to his left, and then you could see him just sort of jack back and field it with his right hand. Well played. Very well played. Into the gap it goes. Long chase here, but he got his boot hit, but his footballing skills nothing like Colin Murray's. And
Oh, my word.
Archibald, he started to close in on the ball, and I thought he was going to cut it off, but then he put that big left boot in it. And like Colin Murray, the left foot is not his stronger one.
No, it's the right foot. That you're quite right about that,
And look
Ruskin.
at, he put the left foot down,
Oh,
and but he kicked it into the ropes.
well, what he should have done was slide and pull it back. Not that I would have done that either, but slide across the ground and then pull it back with the hands.
So the big fella probably decided not to introduce the slide, and but he still couldn't prevent the boundary. 70 without loss after 22 overs now. 37 to McCaskey, 33 to Bradford. So Graves has 6 overs for 24 runs. Cornwall has 7 overs for 32 runs. And so both of them are, it's not like they're bowling badly, but it's just that the batsmen are finding ways to, accumulate runs off of both of them. And as a result, they've kept the scoreboard ticking over quite nicely, these two, with a 70-run partnership so far.
I'm surprised he's gone back to Graves
Persisting,
for
yep.
another over. I'm really surprised because what they've done now, they've taken out that third slip, so they've put him at a short extra cover.
Is he going to pitch the ball up even more? They've gone for 1. They might think of a second, but they elect not to. Powell is out there.
Now that short extra cover has been put there for that drive in the last over. Now, it was a good shot. It was to me, it was a very good
But
shot.
that's what it's possible. It's
Yeah.
not like it was played uppishly or
Yeah,
something.
it was a very good shot. So put that man there to say what? You're trying to get a wicket. If you're trying to get a wicket, put him back in third slip, let Brathwaite or McCaskey go for the drive, and if he gets the outside edge, that's great.
Because that's what you want.
Yeah.
Because you want him to
But
to drive at the deliveries that he probably not to the pitch of. And, the way how Graves is bowling, and I think he's bowling well enough to get a wicket.
Yeah, for sure.
But when you need the support of the slip cordon, because he's just doing enough with the ball that I feel, especially against McCaskey, that he could very well hit that outside edge or the inside edge. Yeah, he goes again, and it goes, but this one went over the head of the second slip
But even self, Ruskin, you
in that general area.
you have a plan A and a plan B because you seem to have a plan C now. Because let me tell you, you've put that man at short extra cover. So are you going to take the ball up to the right-hander? So he's going to try to drive. And if he tries to drive and he's not to the pitch, it's going to go uppish to the man at short extra cover. But then you're going to bowl short outside the line of the off stump without a third protection from a third slip. It's really, honestly, it's a little confusing to me, the tactics here from the Leeward Islands.
Because I'm not sure if he's focused on any one plan, or the plan he's focused on, I'm not sure the bowler is on the same page.
Because if you've got that short extra cover, you want to take it up to him. Let him drive.
And it goes again a little bit up actually this time off that outside edge, and the hands go up in the air, but again, had that ball hit more of the edge, it probably would have gone squarer.
That's right.
And not to first or second slip. Not that it couldn't get there, but the chances are it's more likely to go a little bit squarer because he is pushing the ball hard at the bat hard at the ball, and is likely to peel off a thick outside edge. But just the 2 slips, and this time Bradford is not interested. And again, he has used the short ball sparring. In fact, I think from this whole spell, he's just bowled 1 short ball, or 1 bumper. and
Yeah,
I think,
that's right.
and he was easily under it. You know, it was a good delivery, but it didn't trouble Bradford. He easily ducked under it and allowed it to go its merry way. Now he could surprise him with a good lifting delivery, and see if that ruffles the feathers a little bit. And that's well played in the end, but a good delivery once more from Graves, but nothing doing. Can't break through. 76 without loss at the end of the over. So lunch not too far away, just about 20 minutes. So I think now the two batsmen may be thinking in terms of being there right through to the interval. That would be an achievement in itself to bat through the first 2 hours without being separated. And now Hayden Walsh Jr. is being brought into the attack. To bowl his little leg spinners. They need somebody to give them some kind of a spark here, because as it is right now, the Barbados Pride batsmen, this pair, have settled in quite nicely and are threatening a really big score here. And the Leeward Islands would want to nip that in the bud as quickly as they possibly can. And Hayden Walsh Jr. is the latest bowler to try. The thing though with Hayden Walsh Jr., Colin, is that he's likely to bowl a few bad balls as well. So you kind of have to be mindful. But look at how well spread this field is. And here's an appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. He was pitching up on that occasion. But Colin, would you have started with a long off and a deep point on the boundary, as well as a deep mid-wicket?
Let's have a look at that. Probably
Pitching outside leg.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
But he's going to give it some air, so that he's going to try to induce the drive. Now, McCaskey has to be crazy if he's going to come down the track and go over the top. So he's got an easy single down to long off.
And to cover,
And
to
then,
deep
and
cover.
there's, I think cover is, that's just the protection out there for if he over pitches.
Again, playing off the wicket, not prepared to come onto the front foot just yet, even though Walsh is giving it generous flight. It will be interesting to see if the batsmen are prepared to use their feet against them. And again, playing him almost exclusively from the crease. Just waiting for the ball to pitch and then trying to play it off the surface. And that's played into the deep. Hit powerfully.
Too short though.
Yep. Well, that's the thing with the leg spinners.
Yeah.
You kind of have to factor that in as well. A single off the over, and at the end of it, 77 without loss.
Not a bad over. I would think there may very well be a double change. Durham is, I see Durham now is just taking, so I'm a little surprised it's a double change, but I think he had to try something different. Cornwall, he's brought Walsh at one end, bring Durham. We've only got about 15 minutes to left for the luncheon period, so it's not a bad idea.
I suppose he needs a breakthrough, but I would have brought back one of my two opening bowlers at this point, because I thought they bowled well enough, and if you could get them to come back and do exactly what they did earlier, two things would happen. One, of course, you increase your chance of getting a wicket, but you also limit the run scoring, because for the last 8 or 9 overs, they've been scoring at a pretty good clip. So you want to try to limit the scoring as much as possible, stem that run flow, and see what gives. So Daniel Dorham, Colin, if I told you Darren Dorham was a cricketer, or if you'd seen him in the streets, I don't think you'd think he would have been a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Well, it reminded me. He reminds me of Suleiman Ben and Omari Banks, 6-footers, and bowling spin.
Yep.
You know, you associate a six. Well, it was very strange because when I remember a couple of years ago we were doing a game, and Suleiman Ben was involved. Omari Banks, Fidel Edwards, was it? No, it couldn't be Fidel Edwards. Jerome Taylor. And Fidel Edwards was also involved. But the thing about it is you had Taylor and Edwards, 5'10" maybe.
As the opening bowlers.
As the opening bowlers. And Suleiman Ben, 6 foot plenty, bowling left arm orthodox spin. And you thought, hey, something is wrong here.
But he's different in the sense he's so big, you know. You rarely do you see somebody of his height and size opting to become a spinner, because the trend in the Caribbean is when you're that size is to run up and bowl fast.
Yeah, I don't know why somebody didn't tell him that early in his youth career. Say, hey, what are you doing bowling left arm spin?
I mean, maybe he tried the fast bowling and figured
just
this is
couldn't
too hard.
Yeah. People don't realize how fast bowling is hard. It's the end of the over. 78 for none. I remember Colin Croft telling me once that when they trained with Dennis Waite, he said it was real tough. He said on the days they had off, he would run 5 miles. You know, because he just couldn't stop. He just needed to keep going. And when you think back of those guys, the Croft, Holding, Garner, these guys, Roberts, you very rarely did you see them breaking down. Very rarely they had injuries.
Yep. And they played county cricket too.
Yeah, that's right.
Thing,
that's the other thing. See, Jaden Seals has gone up to play county cricket. I'm very happy for
Jason
him.
Holder.
Yeah.
Also up there.
But I'm happy for the youngster in Jaden Seals. My little concern is that it burn out, you know, because remember Andy Roberts once telling me that the county when you
have to do everything.
Employed, they expect you 7 days a week to play, you know, and they expect you to bowl at the same pace as well. So it's tough playing county cricket.
My thing is, I always feel while I'm happy to see players playing county cricket and playing other forms of cricket as well, and all around the world, I really feel the West Indies Cricket Board must have a say in how those players are used, you know, and you know, they have to be proactive in terms of how they allow their players to be utilized. And like you said, you can't just let Jaden Seals go to play in England and then they bowl him into the ground, you know, 30 overs every day. You know what I mean? It's just not fair to him, and I feel that there's one way that the West Indies Cricket Board could mitigate that.
And the thing with Jaden Seals, he's obviously going to try to impress. He wants to, so he's not going to be able to pace himself, if you catch what I mean.
Yep.
You know, he's going to try to bowl flat out in every game,
especially
to impress his employers.
Especially when the conditions, you know, favor fast bowling. You know, most of the wickets are green.
Green, yeah. He's gonna find the ball seaming about.
Nice generous flight again from Hayden Walsh Jr. Now here's the other thing. If you're gonna do that, Colin, why not have a second man close in on the offside for anything that is driven uppishly, you know, because you have a long off and a deep cover, and Hayden Walsh is just flighting these deliveries, and that's gone a long way, and again, McCaskey, not needing a second invitation, just got into position and hammered it through mid-wicket for 4.
Now there's a man at a square leg, more of a forward square leg than a backward square leg. He's about 3/4 way back to the boundary. And give McCaskey credit because he picked up that delivery early and he hit it to the left of the man, more towards mid-wicket. And even though the man has come a little bit more to his left now, more of a deepish mid-wicket, he was a little squarer earlier. So give McCaskey a lot of credit. He actually picked out to the left of the guy, the fieldsman out there. He knew exactly where the fieldsman was. And he hit it to his left. A really good shot.
There's Louis out there.
Yeah.
A quicker delivery that time. And you could just see a little bit of turn as well going across the right-hander. The end of the over, 82 now, without loss, 48 to McCaskey and 34 to Bradford. So 82 without loss, and the Barbados pair just trotting along nicely. Originally, Colin was making the point that the runs weren't that important, but now they've started to add the runs.
Oh yeah,
now.
yeah. It's been a really excellent opening stand because they've done everything that you would want your two openers to do on the first morning of a game. You've won the toss. You want them to get in there, settle down, blunt the opening bowlers. And as you get more accustomed to the bounce and the carry of this pitch, then you start to blossom with your shots and they've done really excellent. 82 for none. And when you think, Ruskin, after the first 9 overs, there was something like 9 for none.
Yeah, it was 1 run.
Yeah, one run per over.
Yep.
So in the next In the next 16, 17 overs, they've added some 73 runs.
Yeah, they've done very well.
Yeah.
They've really come into their own. And look at how quickly Bradford is scoring as well compared to how he started. Even McCaskey, who was trailing Bradford at one time, has not just caught up with him, but he's gone past him.
He's just 1 away from his 50 now,
Yep.
McCaskey.
So he goes to 49, 35 to Brathwaite, who's on strike, 84 without loss. And Durham right on target. Goes very wide of the crease sometimes and try to use that angle. Trying to fool the batsman. So the end of the over, well played again by those two, and 84 without loss now at the end of it.
So Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to continue. So Daniel Durham, 2 overs, none for 3. And Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to come in for his 3rd over. But 84 for none, the Barbados Pride ready, putting themselves in a good position for a pretty useful total. I would think if you win the toss bat first, you would want to get upward of 350. Well, as close as possible to 350.
I think that has to be the thinking. Seemed to be a little bit relaxed there as he was trying to play that one through the offside. McCaskey. He's 1 away from a half century. It's going to get it too. He's going to have to hurry. The man at mid-on is so deep that the batsman had more than enough time.
So well played to Zachary McCaskey, 50 from 79 deliveries
7 fours.
and 7 fours. It's been a really good knock.
So that would bring Bradford now on strike with just about 5 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. I'm sure he's going to have an eye on that as well. That's a beauty, the googly. And again, it was quicker. Bradford almost found himself cramped there for space, trying to get his pads out of the way. But he did that in the end and got good contact, good enough to get a single.
It was pushed through by Walsh Jr. and the googly. I don't think Brathwaite read it.
And here's another delivery that forces a false shot out of McCaskey. One of the few rash decisions he made this morning. He's been very resolute in his shot selection, but that time he just threw the batted one, not in ideal position.
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to do, just find that gap between cover and a backward point. But it was just a quicker one from Walsh Jr. outside the line of the off stump, and you could see him pushing at it. This one, he was more in control, given a little bit of air and a little fuller as well. So he was able to just get under that front foot and open the face, get it through that big gap. And easy as Brathwaite now, just pushing it down to long off. Once you get it there in the middle of the bat, and it's an easy, comfortable single. But this has been a really excellent morning for the Barbados Pride. 88 without loss. They certainly would be very, very happy indeed with what has transpired.
Especially after you won the toss and opted to bat. It doesn't always turn out that way, but when you look at the little bit of cloud cover, we were talking when we started, we had brilliant sunshine. It's kind of, the cloud is kind of blocking the sun at the moment.
Interesting. No real threat of rain though, because you look where the rain tends to come from here at the Queen's Park Oval. Tends to come from the east, just over the Carib stand. And but all there's nice blue skies. And did you see the eclipse, Ruskin?
No, I didn't actually.
I saw it on the television.
But it
was a phenomenal sight actually. The thing is, one of the, I can't remember which station, they were in a zoo. And the animals were going crazy because they couldn't understand whether they should be sleeping or whether they should
throw
be
off the
up.
whole circadian rhythm of the animals.
I thought, hey, it's nighttime. We should be asleep. It was a phenomenal thing. I mean, I could imagine those there that saw it live.
Yeah, and it's one of the unusual things that so many persons chose to get married at that time.
Yes.
Well,
they got married in the eclipse.
And this is a Trinidad. There's a Trinidad eclipse.
I tell you. And then there was that a song made popular by I think it's Bonnie Tyler.
Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Yeah, which apparently it's
don't ask me to sing it.
Right up on the charts.
Mm-hmm.
No, I would never do that, Ruskin. I've heard your attempt at singing.
I might get called in the court for abuse of song.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. That's good bowling because he's just there trying to keep the batsman as quiet as possible, keeping it on a pretty good line, good length, 91 without loss at the end of it. This could very well be the final over before the lunch break.
If they're going by the clock above the Brian Lara Pavilion, that's about a minute or so to 12 or 2 minutes to 12. So they would probably just have this last over from Hayden Walsh Jr. So Brathwaite just looking to survive here now. Just you've done all the hard work. You don't want to get out in this over before lunch.
Hayden Walsh has been given the ball generous flight.
The thing is, with this last over, I would say to Walsh, hey, go up in there, give it some air, tempt him, see what he's gonna do. Is he gonna still have his head down, ball over, bat over the ball, head down, or is he gonna look to go over the top? A gentleman is walking in front of the side screen there.
Unconcerned.
Yes, and having a chat while he's standing up in front of the side screen. And some people just they come to cricket, but they're unaware of what is
cricket,
happening.
Yep. And speaking about coming to cricket, I would really love to see a lot more people, especially a lot of the schools in the area, just come and watch some cricket, because these are some of the best players in the region. And as you said, it's number 1 playing number 3, on the table. Just for them to come and see some cricket.
And there are probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people in the stand watching on, which is so sad.
And I thought you were counting people who play for the West Indies.
No, I was counting those to the left of us, Ruskin in the stand. It's pretty easy for me to count that. I'm not great at maths, but I tell you, that's about 9. And that's sad. That's real. I mean, we'd laugh and then, but it's sad that I know today it's a public holiday, and of course the Muslim community celebrating Eid. And it's a very festive time for them. So you would expect people not coming to cricket, but I'm hoping maybe for the rest of the day. And the thing about it, we also made mention at the last game. Why do these games start on a Wednesday? You talk Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Why not Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday?
As was the case before.
Yeah.
Because we all started on a Friday and ended on the Monday. So that should be lunch on day 1 of this 5th round encounter between the Leeward Islands and Barbados. 92 without loss at the interval. And Colin, it has to be said that this has been Barbados' morning.
Oh, no doubt. They started well by winning the toss. That's the first great thing that Brathwaite did. And obviously he looked at the pitch, says maybe there might be a little moisture in it, but if we can survive the first half an hour, 45 minutes, we'd be all right. Well, they've survived 2 hours, and they've survived 2 hours and 30 overs. And at 92 for none, you have to say the morning has totally belonged to Barbados Pride. This is setting up for a really good total. And if they can carry on after lunch, and these two, and continue the good work they're doing, who knows, Barbados can get to somewhere close to 300, 350, which would give their bowlers something to bowl at. And it sets up for a really good encounter.
At this rate, 92 without loss, if you think they scored maybe 100 runs a session the rest of the week.
Yeah, you're talking
300. 300
yeah.
already by the end of the day.
By the end of the day, yeah.
So we'll see, and especially if somebody like McCaskey bats long.
Yeah. Well, if he gets going,
Yep.
And when I say, he's 52 from 85 deliveries, so he's got his sights in. They're obviously going to come back after lunch, first 10, 15 minutes, just to acclimatize themselves again and then get going. But I think the jitters now of this pitch and what it might do totally out, and they can really push on here and get a really big score. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yep, we'll see what happens there. So at lunch on day 1 of this 5th round encounter, the Barbados Pride, after winning the toss and opting to bat, and 92 without loss, 52 to Zachary McCaskey. Craig Brathwaite is on 40, and they have really done well. But this is lunch. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back after lunch for continuing commentary. Welcome back to play after lunch on the opening day of this encounter, the West Indies Cricket Championship encounter between Barbados Pride, currently in third place, up against the Leeward Islands. And at the moment, the Leeward Islands badly in need of a wicket. That's because Barbados at lunch reached 92 without loss, with Bradford on 40 and McCaskey on 52. And it's going to be Bradford who is going to resume his innings with Daniel Durham getting ready to continue from the northern end. So this will be another important period for both teams at this stage. I would imagine Bradford is the ideal person to just play themselves in and resume after the interval in the most confident of fashions. Durham again pitching on falling on a pretty good line to begin. Again, no big significant spin or turn out there at the moment. Changing the line on that occasion, but again Bradford not prepared to take any risk, just kind of playing himself in here. Very watchful to begin. So the end of the first over, maiden over, first over after lunch. And the Barbados Pride just trying to give themselves the best opportunity at a big score here. Looking to really maybe bat even once in this game, if that is possible. And not too surprisingly, the return of Colin Archibald, as he would pick up the attack from the southern end. Not for 5 from his 4 overs prior. And again, another good opportunity here. Just a little bit late there. It's a risky single, but it was brilliant fielding yet again from Andrew, who fielded and in one motion had the ball in his hand and had a shy at the non-strikers end. And for a moment there, it looked as if McCaskey was struggling to make it. But all's well that ends well, so to speak. And again, the thought of a single, and then a quick decision to reverse that. This is another crucial period here for both teams, as they don't want to, as far as the Leeward Islands are concerned, they don't want to allow the Barbados batsmen to settle in and just bat and bat and bat, as we say, without causing a few alarms along the way, maybe removing these two as early as possible. And get about the business of maybe taking wickets getting into the middle order. But like he did in his first spell, Archibald has come back on a pretty good line so far. Not wasting too many deliveries and not giving the batsmen too much to work with. Again, just having to feel for that one there, Craig Brathwaite, not really able to bang it through the offside as he was shaping to initially. So a chance here. Well, this is the period when they're trying to really build now and resume after lunch. And as it is right now, they're just taking the quiet route, just the one run added since the interval, and it's the end of the over. 93 without loss after 32. And the thing, when you look at the fixtures for the upcoming CPL 2024, Thursday, August the 29th, St. Kitts and Nevis. In Antigua, the ABF, and the Guyana Amazon Warriors on the 30th. The Trinbago Knight Riders will start their campaign on August the 31st against the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots in St. Kitts. That's August 31st. I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to that, just as they're looking forward to the World Cup, the upcoming World Cup. And as you would have heard from Colin Murray, might just be a few warm-up games right here at the Oval. And again, he can't get it past Heaton Woods Jr. And that one was driven a little bit uppishly. He left the bat at an awkward angle, but it eventually fell well short of the bowler and that short cover. Pitching up on that occasion, but can take advantage of it. And of course, Once again, the field is so well set that he can't get it through, even though he's making good contact, but he can't pierce that offside field. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, 94 without loss. Barbados, after they won the toss and upped it to bat first. And of course, if you're an NBA fan, you'll be happy to know that the Golden State Warriors defeated the LA Lakers last evening, 134 to 120. And there were a host of other matches. The playoffs lurking. I think a lot of teams are just hoping to end the season with some momentum going into the playoffs. I think both the Lakers and the Warriors are in the play-in tournament, so they could likely meet again. This one is edging, and it goes over the head of the slip cordon. And again, they have the third slip in place, but he was cutting at one. Again, outside that off stump, probably got a little big on him, and it just flew past everybody. And just to the right of where that third slip is. So he's been living a bit of a charmed life outside there, McCaskey. Nevertheless, he goes to 58 now. So that third slip has now kind of dwarfed into a third and fourth slip kind of scenario there, stretched a little bit wider. And showing good restraint there, McCaskey, because he knows the trap is set for him. Not prepared to just throw it away. So just as three slips in position now. Let's see. Again, another lovely tease and delivery. Touching out just outside that off stump. So very quiet start to proceedings here, but then this is how we started this morning. They were basically going at a run and over. Short ball pulled away nicely, and that's going to be 4 runs. Again, just staying in position there and getting on top of it, punching it through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That brings up the 100. It's 102 now without loss. It's 62 to McCaskey. Brathwaite is on 40. Really a nothing delivery, and he just capitalized on it. But at least he's thinking about what he's doing. He's bowling around the wicket. And this one is cut hard, but well short of the man out in the deep there, Carty. But once again, McCaskey not afraid to put bat to ball. In fact, he's come out now looking as if he wants to change gears and really get after the bowlers. Three without loss. This represents a pretty good opening partnership. Just angling into the right-hander from around the wicket, but played well in the end by Bradford to keep him out. It's the end of the over. He remains on 40, 63 to McCaskey. It's 103 without loss. So it's going to be Durham who's going to continue. That's a short ball that really was asking to be punished. Just treating a good delivery with respect. There's Craig Bradford, as is his custom. Not trying anything untoward. Playing the patience game. And the way to just nudge and run and milk a single. Once the bowler just gives him a chance, just nudge the ball either to the offside or on the onside. Craig Bradford is a master at that, and he just helped himself to an easy single there. McCaskey again seems just a little more agitated, probably wants to get on with things a little bit more. That should make for some exciting batting should he stick around. The end of the over, 35 completed, it's 105 without loss. So it's just a period. I think the Leewards, they just need to keep plugging away here, hoping that they could prize out a wicket or two. And invariably, whenever you have a big partnership like that, like this one is, if you get one, you may be lucky to pick up a second one soon after. I'm sure that's what they'll be hoping. Barbados, meanwhile, will be hoping that even if they were to lose one, that they don't lose too many wickets in quick succession. So a lot of riding on this game, so to speak. And so far, Barbados have enjoyed it, and he's really reaching for that one. That's going to be 4 runs. He had to go a long way to get to it. Got it over the inner ring, down to third man, 4 more. So now Brathwaite is edging towards half century. And that was really a delivery way outside the off stump. And no real pressure there on the batsman. So again, it's all too easy right now for the West Indies captain. So these two really put together a nice partnership, and keeping the Leewards at bay. And that's an even better shot than the one before. But a long chase here for Hayden Walsh Jr. He does well, and they're going to go back for a third one. Quite excellent running, and the part of those two, we've knocked them when they failed to do the smart thing. But on this occasion, they've done very well. So Craig Brathwaite, certainly a man in the pink of form at the moment. He's on 48, but he's at the non-striker's end. It's McCaskey, Zachary McCaskey, who's on strike. And he's looking more and more ominous as this innings goes along. So Craig Brathwaite. Quicker delivery, but no interest from the batsman. When you consider in his first class career, 119 matches. From 205 innings, 7,840 runs, with an average of 42.56, or a strike rate of 42.5, or 41 from 48 is his average. 35 50s and 19 centuries. McCaskey helping himself all along, taking advantage of those big gaps in the field. And at the end of it, it's 113 without loss. So McCaskey immediately punches off strike. Similar type of shot with the same result. So McCaskey with just an average of 29.4. I'm sure he would like to improve on that considerably. In the state cricket, he has an average of 37. 650s and no hundreds in his first class career, 250s and 100 in his list A matches. This one is in the air, but it's hit very well indeed, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs. Again, he just got under the ball and just lifted it over the head of the inner ring and down to the boundary it goes. So he goes soldiering on now. And I'm sure he probably want to tackle on 100. He doesn't have a first class 100. Like I said, he has 6 first class 50s and 2 list A 50s and a list A 100. He'd want to certainly try to get to triple figures here. Has a wonderful start. So it has to be, I suppose, another headache for the Cornwall and company, because it looked as if Archibald was given a warning. He's bowling from around the wicket and running on the danger area. As a bowler, you never want to be warned by the umpire for something like that. They're trying again to maybe smash this one over extra cover. Lost his shape a little bit, but he survives. A moral victory for the bowler, Durham, but no breakthrough. It's the end of 37 overs, 121 now without loss. So he is going to continue. He's going to continue from around the wicket. Colin Archibald. Bowling left arm. Continues to bowl to Craig Bradford, who does it and picks up another half century. So he too has done well. So just like McCaskey did earlier, getting to a half century, Craig Bradford has gotten to his 50 from 118 deliveries, which is excellent going on the part of these two. They soaked up a lot of the pressure earlier, didn't get themselves out, and here they are now, well after lunch, almost half an hour after the luncheon interval, and they're still together. So you just wonder where exactly are the Leeward Islands planning to get this breakthrough, from which end? So somebody's got to give them some kind of a lift here. They're really struggling to get a wicket at the moment. And that's a good lifting delivery. Maybe they'll encourage him to bowl a few more of those. See if McCaskey won't take up the challenge. One, 2-2 without loss. 37 overs and one ball left. Or bowled so far, I should say. 72 to McCaskey. And he's threatening to really explode here. There's another one, which is good cricket, because nothing that went before suggested that he would bowl consecutive bumpers. Now he may be forced to pitch this one up, because he doesn't want to bowl another short ball. So now let's see if he's able to change something here. Those two bouncers were well lined, and they just got the batsman's attention, but he didn't get the wicket. Will he go back to a full length one, maybe? And it was short, but handled well, climbing on top of it and then just rolling the wrist on it, getting it away from the mid wicket. That's going to bring Bradford now back on strike. So they're just rotating strike very well. Not under any pressure at all at the moment. And even when they get the good deliveries, because they're so watchful, they're able to play or not play, depending on how wide it is. But it's the end of another over. At the end of it, it's 123 without loss. So now again, headaches for Rakeem Cornwall. How does he break this partnership? Durham, this one is hit right across the line. He goes with it, but doesn't matter. He continues to deal in boundaries. 6s and 4s now. And he just keeps pushing on here, McCaskey. And that's well struck up in cow corner. .129 now without loss. Thought for a moment there he was going to try to sweep that one as well, go across it, and then had a change of heart. So Durham almost fooling him there. Quicker delivery, slightly quicker delivery, but not able to break through. Let me again say my congratulations to the national under-20 footballers winning the inaugural Mayor's Cup at Skinner Park last evening. 4-3 was their final score. Or 4-1 I should say was the final score in their game last evening against The pitchman, I guess the Samba youths, I should say, doing very well. Pitchman finished third in the tournament. Tobago finishing second place, and the Samba youths filled the fourth and final position. It's the end of the over. It's the end of it. It's 129 without loss, with McCaskey trotting along quite nicely on 179 from 115 balls, and Craig Brathwaite 119 balls for his 50. And these two have done a fantastic job so far for Barbados, and now Louis is coming back from that southern end. So Jeremy Louis is back into the attack. His 5 overs so far this morning cost just 9 runs. I thought the captain was going to bring him back, or at least him or Archibald back before the interval. Opted to bring Archibald back right after. Immediately Louis is spot on. He bowled really well this morning without any luck at all. Beat the edge a couple times, had a couple stifled appeals when he struck the pad. That's well played again, and they may only get a single, but Brathwaite is, his bat is, as they say, getting broader and broader. It's difficult to even go past the outside edge now. So now McCaskey, let's see how he deals with Louis. Louis has been pretty economical so far. McCaskey, I'm sure, would want to spoil those figures if he can. Good positive cricket from him. So nice circle of a nice ring of fielders. 2 slips. A man on the point boundary behind, slightly backward, and you have a cover, extra cover in the middle, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. But they have had precious little to celebrate. The fielding team. No interest out there. And of course tomorrow is another big day in the Savannah. The one Savannah lap, I think it is, as the Carafin Games continue. That one lap is always an interesting battle right around the Queen's Park Savannah, starting at TGIF, starting and ended at TGIF. And again, well played and blunting this Leeward Islands attack. 40 overs completed. It's 130 without loss. So Durham it is who's going to continue. Really striving here for a breakthrough. But nothing coming their way. They're not even getting chances. And that's another good hit. That's very well played. This time it's Craig Brathwaite who's getting into the business. And once he got to the pitch of it and the ball not doing too much off the surface, he just went through with the shot, cleared the head of the man at mid-on 4 runs. So now he is looking to maybe kick on as well, now that he's gotten his half century. It's a good delivery, just a little bit shorter, but quicker. So Durham mixing up his deliveries quite nicely, but still can't get the breakthrough. And once he puts it there, he's asking for trouble. And but excellent work again from Jamal Hamilton, the wicketkeeper, chasing that ball halfway to the boundary at backward square and limiting the batsman to just the 1 run. Easy pickings off the back foot, no pressure at all. So 135 now without loss after 41 overs, with McAllister, or McCaskey rather, on 79 and Craig Brathwaite on 56. And it may mean that Cornwall might bring himself back on. And if anything, he may want to bring back Louis, but bring him from the top end. That's the end he bowled from this morning. So he may just want to switch him out, switch him around, bring him to the top end. So they called for the helmet and the protective gear. So while they have a little delay because the fielder who's going close in has to make sure that he has on the proper protection. So now with Cornwall coming back into the attack, he does have a forward short leg and a slip. Those are the two close-in catches. The mid-wicket is short. The cover, extra cover. Murph as well is doing well also. So Cornwall desperately need a wicket here now. In fact, the Leeward Islands need a wicket badly. These two have basically shut the door on them with good responsible batting. Didn't have to try to force anything. The runs just flowed. Another good drive, turning the wrist on it, Brathwaite. But can't get a run. Good fielding from Hayden Walsh Jr. Same feature again, except just a little bit further to his left, but he's Walsh is able to scamper around quite quickly. and the eventual single is taken. So he threatened that gap earlier, and he's just taking what the fielders are giving him. He's not trying to do too much. That's a brilliant shot. They've gone for one. I don't know if they want to chance another one. Powell is out there. And that is the end of another Cornwall over. And at the end of it, 42 overs completed. It's 137 without loss, with Brathwaite on 57, 88 to McCaskey. McCaskey getting to 80 runs. You don't even see the 80 runs. You think back to a couple big blues, but outside of that, you're wondering, well, where else did he score his runs? But he scored his runs all around the wicket. So I have to commend the folks out at TDT Limited yesterday. They had a health fair, and people from the Northwest Regional Health Authority brought their professionals so that the employees and their families could get tested in a number of areas, just for your general health and wellness. And just as I suspected, Louis is coming back from the top end. He didn't look happy at the bottom end. Not that he was cussing and carrying on. He just didn't seem relaxed and as confident in his bowling as he was from the top end earlier this morning. So let's see if he could pick up from where he left off. Before his last over, we had 0 for 5. Now just the 1 over is 0 for 10. So he's doubled his output in just the 1 over. 6 overs so far, 10 without loss. So Jeremiah Louis. Wondering if he's going to try to just bowl seam bowling deliveries now. Say you miss, I hit. You have to bowl at the stumps a lot of times, or close to the stump. And I want to spare. I don't think he was in total control of that one, but doesn't matter. Another couple. And the Barbados Pride train just keep churning along. Not with any great deal of relish, but so important that they keep the wickets in hand. 139 without loss. And that one is helped along nicely, but there is protection out there as well down at that fine leg position, more like a deep square leg. Fine. So it's kind of straddling between two areas. So that's a trap set for another time. This here, the focus is on pretty much the inner ring. How can they maybe effect a run out or something, because that looked like the only means that they might get a wicket at the moment. And really asking for trouble once you bowl that line, because Craig Brathwaite is a master at picking off those deliveries. Anything on his legs, he just nudges. He doesn't really try to hit it too hard, but he just nudges, and that too takes it, if not over the boundary, close to the boundary at times. So 140 now without loss. Not a big booming drive, but not well timed. So these two have really given Barbados a better than expected start. 141 runs already. So that completes another over. At the end of it, 141 without loss, 83 to McCaskey, and 58 to Craig Brathwaite. So we've had a little discussion. Who is going to be the change now? It's going to be Cornwall who's going to continue. It's having a word with Hayden Walsh Jr. So Cornwall it is who's going to continue. And that's nicely played again. So gradually they're just picking them off one by one. And just keep the scoreboard ticking over quite nicely, which is good, sensible batting on the part of these two. Not trying to do too much, not trying to be overly aggressive. They don't need to try to score at a breakneck pace. So just push the bowlers around, take what the bowlers give you, and you work with that. And then when they give you good deliveries, you play those with respect, and when they give you bad deliveries, you punish them. Cricket could be a simple game sometimes. That's a good shot again, but the Leeward Islands must be probably very disappointed that they're not able to extract anything out of the wicket per se. It has been really a good button friendly surface. Again, the minute he moves the fielder from there, Brathwaite nudges and takes off for a single in that general area. So where is this wicket going to come from? That's the question. And McCaskey thought for a moment of a single there. He's that kind of an adventurous cricketer. If he hits it hard, he feels he could run hard, run fast behind it. Not so sure Brathwaite agrees with him. End of the over. 146 now without loss. With McCaskey on to 85, 61 to Brathwaite. And of course, those of you who would have been following the Champions League football yesterday, 3-3, a thriller in Spain. Real Madrid and Manchester City. Quarter-final action in the Champions League, and of course at the Emirates, Arsenal and Bayern Munich battled to a 2-all tie. And you consider the last time they met, Bayern won that tie 10-2, and played on the ball on the legs, and you're asking for trouble there. Craig Bradford will just pick you off all day, as he just did there, and that's really one of the easiest ways to, one, get off the mark, and two, to keep the scoreboard ticking over, is to just flick it or turn it off the legs for a single or two. Just wherever there are gaps in the field, and it's another comfortable single. So 149 now without loss, as these two Buffett on 64, McCaskey on 85. And we just one away from that 150 mark. Really a superb partnership, and they're going to get it here now. So very well done by these two, pushing the score now to 150 Barbados. And earlier today, Colin Murray and I were speculating that they might get close to 300 before it's all said and done today. And as I welcome back Colin, we're not even, well, we're just about the hour mark.
So
after lunch.
were you trying to, good afternoon to you again?
Yeah.
Or were you trying to say
Well, I'm just
400?
well, I'm not sure they'll get 400.
Nah, they can't get that.
But they'll safely get to 300 if they keep going at this stage.
Well, what concerns me now from a Leeward's perspective is that they're going to be facing, if the rest of the batting equips themselves properly, they could be facing a massive target here.
450 probably.
Could be 500, and Barbados would obviously be looking to bat once in this game. That would be the idea if I was Barbados at this point.
With a start like this?
Yeah, with a start like this, I would be saying to the team.
That's brilliant. Excellent straight drive. He just turned the wrist on it. He didn't want to hit it too hard through the offside because there is a mid-off there, but he just picked the gap between the wicket and the mid-on, and he just stroked it through there.
That's what you call, let's have a look at it again. Placement and timing. He knew at the last minute, you see him just work the wrist. He knew the mid-on was wide-ish, so he knew if he got it straight enough, it would have beaten the guy at mid-off, and it beat him easily. But what a good shot from Brathwaite. It was really an excellent shot. I think Powell is the man at mid-on. He had no chance.
He never moved, really. Pitching up again, Louis. Tempting fate there, but Brathwaite is that kind of batsman who will not just throw it away or throw caution to the wind. It's the end of the over. He remains on 68 from 140. 130 balls faced by McCaskey. He is on 86. It's 154 without loss as the players get some refreshments. merit. They're just playing, as we say, take what the bowlers give you.
You know, you look at the two innings, both by McCaskey and Brathwaite, and it's been measured. And what I mean by that, Rutkin, it's that they've played basically every ball in its merit. Yes, they've had one or two indiscretions outside the off stump. But in general, both McCaskey and Brathwaite, they've played well within their limitations. They've got the bad ball, they try to put it away, they got a short ball wide of the off stump, they hit it through point, they go offline onto the leg stump, they work it to leg. I think it's been really a very good innings by both of these guys.
They really set the tone here for the other batsmen. And really, if you're sitting in the pavilion and you're watching at this, and you must be thinking to yourself, no, boy, I could really get a big one here, Holder, Jordan, and the others must be thinking, and they could probably come with a license to really go after the bowlers.
Well, they must be thinking of a total in excess of 450. I would think the first aim is to bat out today, get as many as they can. If they can get to 300.
If we go back to T tomorrow.
Well, yeah, and if they can get to T tomorrow, it's say 450, 500, they will have,
And the strength that they're bowling.
Yeah. So they'll want to dismiss Leeward Islands twice.
Yep.
And of course, the pitch is not going to get any better. It's probably today and tomorrow. But by the third day, you expect the ball is going to turn a little bit. It's going to keep a little lower.
Right. But the other thing, Colin, is that I don't think these wickets break up the way they used to. Remember long ago when you come to the Oval on the third and the fourth day, you're basically digging out the ball and it's turning square. You're winding all over the place in the wicket, and you can't even put back the ball. You can't even feel the ball because it's flying past the outside edge. Those days are long gone.
You're right. You're right. The pitches now are much better. What I would like to see though is a little bit of a faster wicket, a wicket where the first two days that the ball is really coming through quickly, but we just can't produce those kind of wickets. I was making mention.
What is the reason why we can't produce fast wickets anymore? Is it that we don't? Is it what the methodology that we use?
I just think is the kind of I want to say it's the kind of turf,
the soil that we use.
The soil that we use. I mean, you look at Barbados and Jamaica, for example. I remember going to Barbados the first time I went to Barbados as a youngster, and I mean I could have combed my hair in the pitch, or just look at
Sabina Park.
The thing was like concrete.
Yeah.
The Barbados pitch was like concrete. This thing was, and it was quick. The ball was rifling
I
through.
like your analogy there. You could comb your hair.
Yeah, and I still have some hair. No, I still have some hair, Ruskin. Don't be fast and out of place. You think it's you? I have hair still, and I can't comb my hair. Fast and out of place.
That's when you had hair.
but the pitches were so.
So it's your fault you have the wicket because as the wickets change.
I started to comb my hair. Yeah. They wanted me to stop that. They said, this man is combing his hair. We're not going to prepare these kind of wickets again.
Colin's fault. He's playing a delivery wide outside the off time. There is a stifled appeal.
Only by Hamilton.
Yes.
Brathwaite is going to have a word with McCaskey, but that was it. I was making that point, Ruskin. That has probably been the only indiscretion they've had. Some balls just wide of the off stump. They've gone after it. And really and truly, McCaskey shouldn't have gone after that. It was too wide. Look at him. No real getting across with his feet. He just stood there and tried to hit it down towards a deep point position. But there was no movement of the feet. And that's probably the only indiscretion.
And that's a much better shot. He's closer to the ball, and he's playing it more or less with a straight bat as opposed to a horizontal bat. Now, they picked up a couple of boundaries after the luncheon interval where they were cutting out deliveries, and it went past the slip. Of course, it went past our third slip region, but it went in the air and it went high over the catches that they had there. So you can't technically call it a chance, you know, because it never went to hand, and the ones who were there never had a chance of catching them because they were so high over their heads. But that is a region where if the Leeward Islands were really thinking about it, you might have been able to probably set up the batsmen there, because they wanted to go after those deliveries outside that off stump. There, cutting at them, trying to get them over the inner ring. And that's very well played again.
Yeah, that's really a shot of a batsman. You could see in, you know, on top of his game. He just waited on it, and at the last moment, just he knew exactly where he wanted to play it. Just opening the face and guiding it down to that deep point position. So, you know, he's Brathwaite. You know, Brathwaite is the type of player now, Ruskin. He's on 68, and his goal is to get 100. That's you know that of Brathwaite, and he's not going to take any chances. He's going to play every ball on merit. Whereas McCaskey he's gonna try to play one or two shots to deliveries that may not be there for the type of shot. Okay, he is a very attacking stroke player by nature.
Yeah, he has those tendencies.
Correct, and whether he's an 88 or 28, if a ball is there to be driven,
he's going
to go for it.
I was just making the point, you're talking about Craig Brathwaite and thinking of 100. I think that's it. Lawrence Rowe in him. Remember a long time when Rowe crossed 20, we want to attack the man in the next end because it was like he almost resigned to the fact that he was going to go on to get 100. And I think that's how Brathwaite is looking here. He looks solid, he looks composed, he looks relaxed, and he also looks in the mood to make big runs. And that is such a good sign.
Yeah, we talking 100. He is
probably thinking a double.
Oh, he's probably thinking 150 and beyond.
Yep. Probably thinking maybe I could get a double here. But first he has to get to 100. First he had to get to 50, which he's done. And he's probably thinking now, how do I push on to get to 50? That's a good ball. And just touching down there, a little bit of movement, and keeping it in front of him. So that's the end of the over 157 without loss now. And here's the other thing as well, the number of overs, because you pretty much going to be relying on your spinners now. They had 30 overs in the first 2 hours, which is pretty good going. And but because you have this plethora of spinners, it means that you're probably going to bowl your full quota of overs. You might even bowl it before the day is out. You might get to 90 overs in double quick time. So that's another consideration that they may look at. One of the ways to slow that down might be to bowl your quicker bowlers a bit, give them an extended spell. But you don't want to bowl beyond the 90 overs.
No, you don't. You certainly don't, unless you pick up a couple quick wickets and things are falling apart for the Pride. Then you might look to try and speed it up a little bit. But the way it's going,
you want to slow it down.
47 overs, and we're not yet 2 o'clock.
That's well played. That's 4 more. Again, brilliantly done, and really the minimum bit of movement, and he just got into position nicely and placed it well, hit it all along the ground.
He got that right foot across. You know, he got that right foot across, which was excellent. And then he hit it with just pure timing, really, as he caressed it to the bong. That's a really good shot, but a poor ball from Cornwall.
Yep. Again, this time he drives it a little bit further in front of in the cover field, man. That's 4 more runs. So he went squarer, the one before. This one, he went closer to the man at cover, but even he couldn't cut that off. And that back-to-back boundaries now for McCaskey.
Because if you look at that delivery from Cornwall, it was a little closer. So all he had to do was to really play it with a straight bat. So he got across, got in line, and he didn't need to open the face. He just hit it beautifully through extra cover. That's a great shot. He's 4 away from 100.
Yeah, I was just about to tell you that. Could you believe that he's on 96 already? When you consider this morning, he was being outscored by Craig Brathwaite. At one point, he was on 12 and Brathwaite was on 23. And boy, how things have... Down the wicket he goes. It's in the air, but it's going to clear the head of the man at mid-off. And it's going to go into the boundary for 4 runs. So that is going to bring up... This is his maiden 100 in the first class. He has a list 100 and 2 half-centuries. He had 6 first-class half-centuries, but this is his first 100.
And very well played. I mean, you could see him going for the 100 here. He was 4 away. Decided to go over the top. There's a long on in place, but there's the orthodox mid-off. And there he is coming down the track and going straight. It didn't get hold of it. He was a little lucky because it could have gone straight up. But that's McCaskey. You know, he tends to play shots where these are 96 or 19. And it took a little bit of a gamble. Now he has to settle back in. He's got... Brathwaite needs to go and have a little chat with him and say, okay, guy, you've got 100. We're 170 for none. But let's continue. Let's continue to build on this partnership. You've got 100. Your next aim now is 150. And that's how, you know, Brathwaite will go down and probably talk to him about that. And McCaskey just needs to continue batting.
Yeah, he's done very well. This has been a wonderful partnership. And I think you can't help but stress how much in control they have been, this pair. They really batted themselves into a really strong position, and all the pressure now on the Leeward Islands to one, stop the run flow, and more importantly, try to break this partnership. That has to be the first order of business now, because these two are looking to really bat their team into an impregnable position. And they don't look like they're gonna beat the outside edge anytime soon.
No, it's really a situation. The pitch is playing wonderfully well. I mean, it's a really good pitch. There's no kind of big sort of movement. The slower bowlers not getting turned. It's really an excellent pitch, and these guys are making full use of it.
Yeah, when you get it, they capitalize. That's a good delivery, but very, very well judged. Again, on the part of Craig Brathwaite. I was trying to see the number of boundaries in McCaskey's 100. I think it came from 140 balls. But I think he had a couple of sixes as well. So he has really pushed on quite nicely. 12 fours and 2 sixes inside of there. And that you'd have to say, Colin, is a by his standards, that's a measured innings.
Oh yeah.
Normally you think if he gets 100 under normal circumstances, he would probably have like about 5 sixes. Well,
yeah. not only that, Ruskin. When you look at it, 100 from 141 balls, you know, McCaskey's. It was good. You have to commend that. You have to commend him on it. I think it was a good innings. Well, you know, he didn't take many risks. And all in all, you know, he's deserved the 100. He's deserved the 100, no doubt about that.
Yes, he certainly. I don't think anybody could question this innings at all. It was a responsible innings. It was an enterprising innings. It probably wasn't a dazzling innings in the sense that it was like a swashbuckling, typical McCaskey stay at the crease. But stay at the crease is what he's done. He stayed there, and he's given his partner and his captain great support. And as a result, together they've put Barbados in a very, very strong position at 170 without loss.
Yeah, they have really batted well, McCaskey and Brathwaite. Different styles, of course. You would expect McCaskey is the one who's going to be playing the shots. Brathwaite is going to be a little bit more circumspect. And Brathwaite will continue to bat all day long if given the opportunity. But the end of the over from Graves, the end of it, it's 170 for none. And look at that, 100 to McCaskey, 70 for Brathwaite. 49 overs have been bowled, not one extra
Not
on
a
the
bye,
board.
not a leg bye, a no ball.
A wide, you name it.
Yeah, this is amazing. Now, that is a testament to the bowlers as well, because we've seen so often bowlers becoming disciplined. They overstep a lot. They bowl on the pads a lot, and they get picked off if they don't get runs. They go for leg buys, or the case may be. Not here. This has been really a different kind of innings. Really, when you think about it, 49 overs, not a single extra. And McCaskey probably just starting to get a little antsy. Probably wants to get at Cornwall. And got his boundary, got his 100 off of him a short while ago. Probably wants to repeat that.
Well, the thing with McCaskey is he's got to decide, and is he going to play to instructions? And are the instructions now that you've got your 100 to get on a little bit with it, put the bowlers under a little bit more pressure. Brathwaite is going to be cool, he's going to be calm, he's going to be industrious in terms of getting to his 100. But McCaskey may just have to take up the mantle and get after the bowling.
Do the bulk of the scoring.
Yeah.
Also, part of the conversation could be to Colin. He might be saying to Craig Brathwaite, let me stay here and see you to your 100. Which would be a daunting situation for the Leewards.
Yeah, that is also a point that he may say, look, I'm going to stay with you, looking at the partnership, let's get it to 200. And once we get to 200 and we're still there, then we go to 250. And, that can be part of the conversation.
Yeah, and they're just picking them off right now. They're not really taking any undue risk or anything like that. This has been a nice, polished performance, a good batting display, and it's a wonderful batting display. And here's the reason why it's so disappointing that we don't have many more persons here watching at it. 171 without loss now after 50 overs.
It'd be interesting what the Leeward Islands are thinking. They seem to be quite happy with Graves at one end, just trying to hold up things. They've got to also try and stifle the runs, get a couple maiden overs in, just stifle. And McCaskey is not the kind of player that is going to want to face a couple maiden overs. He's going to want to kind of get on with it. So they've just got to tighten things a little bit. Yes, you're not getting wickets, but don't give away runs. Let them work for their runs. And that is very important. Graves is doing a good job. He's had 9 overs, none for 32. He needs to just tighten things here at the Jerry Gomez Media Center end.
Bowled him. Right through the gate it goes, right up under the block hole, and that's a beauty. And I was just about to tell you, he looks the most likely to get a wicket right now. But he gets the danger man there. Zachary McCaskey bowled for 101. So the partnership is finally broken at 101.
But what a great delivery from Graves. Let's have a look at it. As Yorker length delivery angled into McCaskey, came down late on it, left a bit of a gap. He should have been playing that straight back up along the pitch. Yes, that's what he should have been doing. As you can see, the bat there close to the pad, and he should have been playing that right back up the track. He left a little gap. It came through the gap and hit the stumps, and that's the end of him. Bowled by Graves for 101.
It's a pretty good innings, and you could see the appreciation from the dressing room. They all applauding the effort of the young man. That has been a really wonderful innings by him. It's just a pity that it had to end, but I don't think the Leeward Islands are thinking that at all. They're probably saying, why didn't happen earlier? But what a good innings, and what a great partnership, really. 171 at any level, you're taking that to start an innings.
I think it's a little bit of a loss of concentration on his part. You know, sometimes you get to 100 and
You just relax a
you
little.
just relax a little bit. You know, he's been looking at Graves all along. Graves has been, I wouldn't say up and down. He's just bowled a good line. He's bowled a good line. He continues to do that. And at this point in time, I thought he was a little bit late coming down onto that. So it's the end of McCaskey, and as you rightly said, a really good innings and a wonderful partnership at 171. But it brings Raymond Reefer, the left-hander, into strike. And Reefer, who seems to be playing more as a batsman these days than an all-rounder, seems to have worked on his batting and is getting the plaudits from his coaching staff that he can go up at number 3 and do well.
And this is a big confidence boost, I would imagine, for him. They obviously have great confidence that he can do the job. In fact, we've seen him do that for even for the West Indies.
Yep, that's right.
So now, does this change the dynamic somewhat for the Leeward Islands?
Ruskin, it must give them a little confidence to go on and pick up another couple of wickets.
And again, he's pitching up right up in the block hole. And you look at the field now. It's 2 slips, a short third man, or backward point, if you want to call him that, a cover, an extra cover, a straightish extra cover, short, and a mid-off. Mid-on, a mid-wicket. And he doesn't have a fine leg, so he has a 7-2 field, bowling to Reefer. And, you know, that's good control, and he's bowling from around the wicket as well. So his control has to be spot on here.
Yeah, I would like to see him put a little more pressure on Reefer. Maybe another close-in fieldsman. Not so much a forward short leg, but maybe a man in front of the bat and the offside. And I'm not talking of that short extra cover. Somebody a little closer.
Like even a gully might be an option.
That's right. Because he's tending, based on this 7-2 field, he's going to be bowling outside the line of the off stump. Now, again, that I'm not sure if I would like to see him attacking the stumps. So bowl with a 6-3 field. Take out that man at that deepish cover. There's a guy about halfway back to the boundary. There's a fieldsman about halfway back at that deepish cover. I would like to see him move and go to maybe a short fine leg. So you're giving Graves the opportunity to actually attack the stumps.
But he's doing well so far. He hasn't strayed too much in his line. He's really kept his end of the bargain, and he's doing a good job here for Cornwall as captain.
Well, he's come round the wicket. So I would expect that for him to come round the wicket, he feels his control would be better.
I would have loved to see him bowl a couple over the wicket first at Reefer and just go across him.
Yeah.
And there's a lifter. This is a good mix of deliveries
And
there.
that's where your gully would have come into play.
You know, Now, what has just happened there? They were appealing for maybe a stumping, but referee had his bat down. And so finally, the dynamic has changed. 171 for 1, the end of a pretty good over from Justin Graves. He now has 1 for 32. So referee is yet to score. And Craig Brathwaite now is on 70. Now, does this change Brathwaite's approach? He just chugs along.
Brathwaite doesn't change his approach. That's like you asking a leopard to, hey, you have too many spots. Nah, Brathwaite is going to bat same way. He's going to, as you rightly said, like the word chug along. If you're going to give him a bad ball, he's going to try and put it away. Other than that, he's going to play everything on merit, push it around, get the single if he can. And if you bowl him the bad ball, he's going to try and put it away. So I don't expect any change in approach from him. And Cornwall is in his 13th over now, none for 54. And there's Brathwaite, he's going to get the single, and he's quite happy with that.
But that's how you manipulate the field. You know, he knew if he plays it with a solid with a full face, it's just going to run off the face of the bat and go to Hayden Walsh Jr. at mid-wicket. So what he does, he closes the face a little bit and plays it finer and picks up a comfortable single. Now the left-handed reefer is going to take strike from Cornwall, and now isn't this amazing? The off-spinner has a deep backward square, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. The seam bowler didn't have a fine leg, and he was bowling to a 7-2 field. You would think the off-spinner could control the ball a little bit more and operate with a 7-2 field. But I can understand why, because the sweep shot is quite often employed to negate whatever spin there is.
Not only that, I would expect Cornwall to maybe just give that ball a little bit of air, middle and leg, trying to turn it away from the left-hander. So he just wants the protection if he does stray down the leg side.
And he too goes around the wicket immediately. They're coming back for a second run. They will get it too, and not much they could do about that one. Casey Carty came flying around the boundary, but the batsmen were comfortably back for that second run. So what a fantastic opening partnership they've had here. 171 runs. And these are 171 well-made runs. Now it's up to Brathwaite and Reefer, two, how should I say, true household names in Barbados cricket. Long history with those names. At the end of it, 174 for 1 now, 52 overs completed.
Yes, and no doubt Justin Graves is going to continue. He's had the lone success so far, that of the wicket of McCaskey.
I won't be surprised if he picks another pepper or two, because he's bowling well. And, you know, I think his confidence, now we could probably would do his confidence a world of good. And, but Barbados scoring at a run rate of what, 3.4? 3.4 runs per over in a 4-day game is not bad at all. A little bit of bottom hand coming into that one there. And, that has been the kind of like part of the way he's been able to manipulate the ball into the gaps. He's been using the wrist a lot. Craig Brathwaite. You put the fielder square, he plays it fine. You put him fine, he plays it square. So somebody is giving jokes out there, and even the bowler has to gather himself after a good laugh. And that's no laughing matter. That's a peach of a delivery. A little bit of bounce as well.
But Brathwaite was right behind it. You know, you could look at Brathwaite's movement. He was getting right back and across, and as the ball, as you rightly said, made a little bit more height, he was on top of it and was able to keep it down. Really, He's looking solid. Craig Brathwaite, of course, the West Indies Test captain, have a important series coming up against England. In England, it's going to be really tough. And I was making the point, Ruskin, in one of the other games in the earlier rounds. It's such a pity that West Indies now, the way the cricket is the tours are organized, that West Indies no longer get 5 tests. At least they don't seem to get 5 test series like India against England, Australia, England,
South Africa.
Yeah, and they've played 3 tests against Australia. And based on that final test when West Indies won, I think people were eager to see another test match. What would the West Indies have done, or what would Australia
Wasn't that a 2-test series?
Yeah?
Yeah, it was a 2-test
Yeah,
matches.
sorry, just a 2-test series. So even a
so
third
they didn't have
test.
a third one to decide the
to
series.
decide the series. I mean, you know, so you go to Australia, West Indies, and play 2 tests. That was unheard of. Years ago, the West Indies would get to Australia and you play a 5-test series.
And you play 5 warm-up games against
That's right.
you know, state teams or something. Because everybody wanted to see the West Indies.
That's right. And it's a pity because, you know, and then you play 2 tests, you win the second one, and now you have to wait till July to play your next test series.
Roughly
It's just
6 months,
crazy.
Yeah. 6 months of inactivity, really.
Yeah.
And of course, the West Indies, they have a white ball tour coming up.
Yeah.
You know, to a country. I don't think the West Indies. We play them only in a World Cup in the qualifying tournament.
And of course, in June you've got the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, which it's going to be interesting, being played right here in the Caribbean. The end of the over, a maiden over from Justin Graves. So he's now completed 11 overs, 1 for 32. Excellent figures on his part as Barbados continue here to try to grind a big score against the Leewards. 53 overs have been bowled, so just 37 overs left in the day's play. And I don't want to talk too early, Ruskin, but you might get a 5 o'clock finish and you can go home early.
Yeah, because Cornwall gets through his overs very quickly, you know.
Unless they bring back, and they'll probably at some point in time have to go back to Louis and Archibald. As a matter of fact,
they both
with
came back.
With the new batsman in Reefer, I thought Cornwall may have tossed the ball to Louis or to Archibald
and ask him
and say, look, give me a couple overs, see what's going to happen, because you got a new batsman in. You know, you have Graves bowling well at one end. Try the medium pace or the from Louis, who's going to swing the ball just to test Raymond Reefer. Well, we see they're putting a silly point and a slip, so they're putting him under some pressure with Cornwall.
So they're bringing the cover in ever so slightly. And so Cornwall will operate from around the wicket, first up. Reefer is digging in, as they say.
But Cornwall he's almost angling the delivery into the left-hander. And I would get the impression he's hoping once he angles it into him, he's gonna turn it away. But that's not a good delivery. But he gets away with it because I thought Reefer was looking to play that a lot squarer. And in the end, was only able to get it towards mid-wicket.
Reefer, who's on 2, I think he might be, as I say, after a big partnership, you tend to, when you lose one, you lose another one fairly quickly. So Reefer is hoping that doesn't hold true today.
Yeah, he'd be looking for a pretty good score. Reaching for that one. He's got to be careful. because you could see him reaching for that delivery from Cornwall, and luckily wasn't airborne. But 9 out of 10 times, well, let me say 8 out of 10 times, you reach for those deliveries, you hit it in the air. So Reefer did well.
Again, and Cornwall just, from a couple pieces, just wheels the arm over.
Certainly doesn't exert himself with his run-up, does he?
Yep. I think you have to, the run-up is not the word.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't say that. I was waiting for that.
Yep.
His walk-up?
Yeah, he ambles up to the wicket. Some short little baby steps, and then he delivers. End of the over. 174 for 1. 54 completed.
So Hayden Walsh has only bowled 4 overs, none for 10. Bulk of the bowling have been done by the men operating now in Cornwall and Graves. What I like to see though is captains just mixing up your bowlers. After 3 or 4 overs, take one out and try somebody else. But Cornwall seems to have this theory that seems to have guys bowling in pairs. I'm not sure, but most of the time they've bowled in pairs. I think he's bringing back Archibald now, which is a good move. I like that, because I was thinking,
Actually,
he's not.
I think Graves is going to continue.
Yeah, because Archibald actually
had the ball in his hand.
and was sort of warming up. He fooled me, that's for sure. Well done, Mr. Archibald. Because he was giving me I'm not sure if he's sending a message to me or to Cornwall, because he was standing there and just sort of rounding his hand. So he's obviously giving a message to Cornwall. Hey, don't forget I'm around.
Yep. That's another good delivery. Yep.
Coming back at Brathwaite, but he's getting so much. He's right behind the line. So give him credit, Craig Brathwaite. He's on 71 and from 162 deliveries, and very rarely does Craig Brathwaite give his wicket away, especially in circumstances like this.
Because his team needs him to get to 100 and beyond, and try to help them build a big total. Another delivery pitch right up. Similar delivery that got rid of McCaskey. A delivery right in the block hole. I haven't seen you since Panorama to ask you how you felt your Panorama went.
I
sent you some stuff.
I thank you for that.
And I'll tell you why I sent it to you also. Not a short one. So he's mixing it up now. He's becoming a little more aggressive.
Yeah, I went and listened to All Stars, as you rightly know, and I thought they were fantastic.
You just thought Nalo. You saw any other person in the band other than Nalo?
No, I did not. But I thought they were really.
You heard everybody else.
I heard everybody else, but I just but they were really good, and I thought the All Stars would be really hard to beat.
That's a good delivery again.
Doing a little too much again. Thought it was. You could see Graves. He sort of went up and then realized that ball may just be slanting down the legs. It's been a good spell from him.
He's bowling really well.
Yeah. What I like about it is his line and his length have been pretty good. And when you think he's bowling with this 7-2 field, so he's that one he brought it back to Brathwaite. You'd think with the 7-2 field he's going to go wide of the off. So I'm trying to keep it, just maybe moving it away from the right-hander. He has protection on the offside.
Well, that's risky though to the right-hander, because you literally have no cover.
That's right.
Behind the umpire there. So any deflection, anything at all, you're going to concede runs. So I suppose he's saying to him, just don't bowl there.
And Brathwaite is good at that. Brathwaite tends to deflect the ball nicely. Just he looks at the gap, especially behind the onside, and especially on the onside. He tends to just work that ball
We saw Larry Gomes do that
Yeah.
all his career. Larry
Yeah.
just used to turn the face of the bat.
The thing with Larry Gomes, get back to him in a minute. Ooh, that's not a good shot.
Nope. Excellent delivery again, just forcing him into error there, almost getting through. 174 for 1 at the end of that over.
What was, I mean, Larry was pretty lucky. And what I mean by that, I don't mean in his batting. He was a solid player. He knew exactly where the field was. He knew exactly where he wanted to score his runs. And when I say he was pretty lucky, he had all these vicious stroke players around him. You know, I mean, you talk of the openers, Viv, Lloyd.
Greenwich,
Yeah,
Haynes,
yeah, and then you had Viv, Lloyd, you know,
Kalicharan.
Kalicharan. So all he really had to do was to come in there and just work the ball, because the bowlers were under so much pressure trying to keep the runs down that Larry Gomes would suddenly have 40 and you can't remember one shot he played.
No, you didn't have to make too many shots.
No.
Yeah, because everybody was marveled by the stroke play at the other end. There's another stifled appeal.
Not sure did he get a little bit of bat onto that?
Probably did, because the hands went up, but it didn't really. Let's put it this way: Cornwall didn't really spin around vociferously.
Seemed to be drifting as well, didn't it? They would come in with the arm just kind of drifting down the leg side. He gets a single to the next delivery, but Cornwall needs to, you know, you can't, you got to keep the pressure on. You can't allow Reefer to get that single.
You can't get him off strike.
Yeah, keep him pegged back, because he's going to get for his three from 17 deliveries. You just want to keep him at one end and peg away. Like, for example, I would have probably decided, okay, if he's going to hit me for 4, sweep me, go ahead, and bringing that man from the deep backward square to just a square leg position.
But why do they have a mid on and a long on almost on the same line?
Well,
It's,
I think that's with Brathwaite. He tends to play that a
turn the
little
ball.
uppishly.
but then play him.
And
I would bring him a little bit
a little squarer?
Squarer, you know, bring the short mid on. That
Or
is.
maybe a little wider.
Yeah,
The short mid on, yeah, I understand.
But they're
what you're
almost
saying.
like right behind each other. One is standing behind the other one. And Brathwaite, to me, isn't jumping down the wicket to hit that ball to long one.
Well, I tell you, if he jumps down the wicket, I'll jump out my seat. Because he's not that type. Unless Cornwall gives it a lot of air, Brathwaite is going to stay there and work it around.
You know, my thinking is bring that fieldsman into close catching position, bring the long one up into the orthodox mid-on position.
And say to him, okay, if you want to go over the top, go ahead.
Do your stuff.
Yeah.
Or failing that, you're just going to churn around there over after over, and you won't get to score many. At the end of the over, 175 for 1.
Well, I think Graves is going to continue.
He should. I think he's earned the opportunity to have a long spell here.
Yeah, it's been a pretty long spell. I was just about to make that point, but
And you know, kind of when you're bowling a long spell at any level, the thing that I suppose is on your mind a lot is to get wickets, to keep getting wickets. But if you're not conceding runs, you know, that is a consideration also that the captain will keep in the back of his mind. Okay, we'll just keep him going because, you know, he's not leaking any runs to me. But as a bowler, sometimes you get into such rhythms that it really doesn't even affect you. You don't even feel tired.
correct.
You know, because
Correct.
you're just going on adrenaline and on momentum.
And what is good as well, the sun has left us, so there's this little, I wouldn't even say a cloud cover, but the sun this morning, I mean, it was roasting at 10 o'clock. And that has gone, which is good for the fielders. So they would be happy. There's no breeze blowing when you look at the,
Yeah, it's limp.
here, you look at the flags just to the right of the Joey Carew members' balcony.
Where did all our spectators go?
The 9 of them.
Yeah,
Well, I'll count it for you in a minute, Ruskin.
that's a beauty.
Just
Just
drop it
hitting
in
the
front.
outside edge.
You had to play at it. I'm not sure if that may have just left him as well on pitching. That's why he got the outside edge. Or if he just was reaching for it.
Reefer goes for a little walk, does a little gardening.
Yeah, but you know when you get the outside edge, it's the pitch. Never the batsman's fault.
He didn't pick up the wrong line.
No. It wasn't a good ball. It was the pitch was the problem.
I wouldn't be surprised if he bowled him out a couple of short balls here, just to ruffle some feathers.
Yes, he's really
as
bowling well.
And in fact, he could probably bring in that leg gully or whatever and bowl a few short balls at him and tell Reefer, try and survive this.
Well, they've got what? They've got just about 10 minutes again for tea, or maybe 8 minutes, 9 minutes. So I think he would be looking to at least stay until tea.
But that's why I will bowl him a couple of short balls. Let me just see how keen you are. There you go. Just he didn't get up, and I think that's the only thing that kind of worked in his favor here. I'd really like to see that one climb up about rib height.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because if he's going to do that, when Reefer looks around at the field, he will see that there's no backward square leg, nobody behind the bat and the onside square. So, is he going to really put a short one at him? Reefer may very well be tempted simply because there's nobody at the backward square, and who knows, it can go anywhere from there if he doesn't time it well.
That's another peach of a delivery. Bang on target. A little bit of away movement, but good bonks as well.
And 1 for 32. This is one delivery left to complete his 13th over. It's been really an excellent spell from Justin Graves.
Yeah, I think he'll be very, very happy with that. He's had good rhythm, and he's done an excellent job. So, Colin, the trend continues here now. We're in the 57th over. Still no extra. You don't see that at all. You hardly ever come across something like that. It's not even limited overs cricket because there's so many wides and and a variety of wides that are called now. But to bowl this many overs and not have a single extra is an amazing achievement. No, they put in the forward short leg.
Yeah, not a bad move.
Say, Keeperman Reefer did very well. Kind of shut the door on him there, blocked it and kept it out. Held the pose, as they say. So it's 175 for 1 at the end of that over.
Yes, as Graves continues to bowl very well here. And Cornwall is no doubt is going to continue. They may very well just bowl out until the tea interval and go back into the dressing room, have a rethink. And once these two batsmen continue to be there, they're going to just have a little breather, and then they're going to decide, the type of approach. I would expect both Louis and Archibald to come back into the attack for a couple overs. And don't forget the new ball could very well be due later today.
Yeah, they could hold them back for that later. We'll see how it goes. And Cornwall had to abort that delivery. So again, Cornwall is keeping it tight, but he's just not penetrative right now. And I think that might be the worrying sign. He's not able to really move the batsman around as much as he would like. A little inside edge onto the pad or something, But that will require the ball to spin. And that one really was sitting up there to be hit. And couldn't put it away. McCarthy, or Casey Carty, is in the way there at that backward point position. Bradford again very patient.
He's just gonna wait on Cornwall to try something different, maybe a faster one or whatever. But he's just gonna continue to play Cornwall on merit. He's gonna get a single.
And you can see all the hands because they know what the situation is. They want to keep it as tight as possible for as long as possible. So 176 for one.
So they're taking the man and they're putting him from that silly point towards a forward short leg. Does that mean Cornwall is just going to get that ball to drift into the left-hander?
Well, that's the adjustment that they made. And Cornwall has completed another over fairly quickly. 58 now completed, 176 for one. I think they'll have time for at least one more.
Yeah, they
over.
should have at least one more over. And I expect Graves is going to bowl that final over before the tea interval. And most likely Erskine 21 overs left in the day's play and 2 hours after tea. That's normally you bowl, even if they bowl the quickies, they should be able to get in at least 24 overs.
You're still
get
be
more than
ahead of the
20, yeah.
90 overs. Which is excellent because I think far too often we get teams failing to get the 90 overs.
Yeah. Actually, my calculation was wrong. It's 30 overs left
30 overs,
after,
yeah.
yeah.
After
But
they
still,
went
30 overs in 2 hours, that's 15 overs an hour, especially if you're bowling spin. Now, they've decided the last over, obviously a little bit of a gamble here, they brought on
Kieran
Powell,
Powell.
yeah, and say he's going to toss it in the air to Brathwaite. And there's a deep mid-wicket and there's a long on. So is Brathwaite going to take the chance with this final over to tee to go over the top? Somehow I don't think so. Well, that's one way to get refouled.
Yep. First you have to deliver the balls.
Yeah. No, but run him out before you deliver the ball if that's possible.
And the hands go up in the air. But the
Brathwaite
ball,
has got to be careful.
but the ball hit the middle of the bat.
As Leo John would say, don't drown in honey. Son. Everybody was son. Son, don't drown in honey.
He used to tell him, he said, don't come down if you can't go back, son. Youngster.
Yeah, it's some incredible. Well, they're going to pick up a single. Brathwaite would be happy with that to get off the strike and sit down for the next 3 deliveries to go to tea. Yeah. Leo John was, you had some real characters, Ruskin Mark, in local cricket.
Oh,
Leo was one. Narayan Raghu was another.
Topinikar. And does Reefer stay digging or does he take a chance here? The field is in, so he has loads of space to hit one out in the deep.
Loads of room in the air?
Yeah. Is it worth it to him though?
Certainly not. Just needs to play out this over from Powell. Because you got 21 overs left in the day's play after this. Sorry. 31 overs. Yeah. What's wrong with me?
You're thinking new ball.
Yeah, that's what I could very well be. But that's it. Reefer turns.
Yep.
Goes back to the pavilion. Another really good session for Barbados because at 177 for 1, they are totally in control of this game. McCaskey 101 Brathwaite, he's still there, 73 not out. And I tell you, with Craig Brathwaite, he's going to want to bat till tomorrow. He's the kind of player that will just bat and bat and bat. And so at 177 for 1 at tea time, the only wicket to fall was that of McCaskey, bowled by Graves for 101. Total was at that stage was 171 when they lost their first wicket. So they've really done pretty well, the Barbados Pride. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're suffering here at the moment. They need a couple of wickets, and they need a couple of wickets fast. We'll have to wait until after the tea interval to see what they can do. But here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's tea time in this, the first day of the encounter between the Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Oval. It's Barbados Pride, 177 for 1 at tea. We're going to take a break and come back with more live coverage on the session after the tea interval.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for play after tea on the opening day. And the Barbados Pride are 177 for 1. The wicket of Zachary McCaskey, the only one to fall for 101. And of course, immediately after the tea time interval, it is Captain Raheem Cornwall who is picking up the attack. Reefer is on 3 at the non-strikers end, and Brathwaite is on 73, who is on strike at the moment. So it's been a good day for batting. They've had to put in the hard work, and quite naturally they will want to cash in. Bradford, I'm sure, will be thinking 100. But he's been made to work here for his runs. Cornwall and company have been pretty spot on all day long. And we keep remarking how, despite all these runs, they still haven't. This is a bad misfield by Jewel there. And the batsman will get a second run. Cornwall is none too happy, because he seemed to have everything covered, and then the ball just snuck right through the gate. It went almost under his body. And that is what should have happened, as they say, the previous delivery, just the one run. So it's been a good day, good weather conditions, not too hot, especially after lunch. And even now after tea, it's just a little cooler, much cooler. And, just a little bit of cloud covering the sun at the moment, so we're not getting the full blast of the sun. So that completes another over. The first after the tea time interval, and the end of it's 180 for 1. 3 runs coming off of that over. 60 overs completed now. So as we say, in the last 2 hours or so, we have another 30 overs scheduled, and unless there's some dramatic batting collapse, the Barbados Pride should be eyeing somewhere close to 300 runs before it's all said and done. Maybe by stumps they could very well be close to 280, 275, 280, if not more. Somebody's going to have to probably just up the ante just a little bit, and just help the team to kick on here with some quick runs, because right now the bowlers are starting to tighten the screws a little bit. And we do have Archibald, who's coming back into the attack now from the top end. Graves has done his job, and now he's handed it over, passed the baton, so to speak, over to Colin Archibald.
Well, we saw Archibald just before the tea interval, just shadowing how he was looking to be bowling from this end. So I'm not surprised that he's been... I'm a little surprised Cornwall has started again. I thought it might have been a double change. Cornwall giving away maybe to Durham
Jr.
or Hayden Walsh Jr. rather than picking up the attack again. Thought he would just change it up a little bit. Archibald, what, in his 9th over, none for 25. He's bowled well. He's bowled a tidy line, a tidy length. Hasn't got much assistance from the pitch. Maybe early this morning, when there was that little bit of moisture, it's getting a little bit more lift
His first what? His first 4 overs, what?
Cost
5
him
runs
4 or 5
something
runs,
like that?
yeah.
He was pretty tidy this morning, early on.
I think also the openers, the Barbados Pride openers, decided they would see him out, you know, and I think they were playing the first. They gave me the impression the first 10 overs they were looking at the conditions, the pitch, and the idea was to stay. Forget about runs for now. Let's just stay and bat and ensure that
We don't
we
lose
don't
an
lose
early
a wicket,
or so.
yeah.
Well, they've lost just the 1 wicket, and what a splendid innings it was from
Zachary McCaskey.
Yeah, McCaskey.
Yeah.
171 runs they added for that first wicket. These two have had a little bit of a slow start to their partnership. It's only worth 9 runs so far. Not much by way of scoring options to them. Single here, 2 runs there, but that's it. They haven't really been able to get the ball to the boundary with any degree of regularity since the fall of McCaskey's wicket. And here's one touching down and just hitting the outside edge. Went all along the ground, but he was not in control of it.
That's a good delivery, really good delivery. Made probably a little bit more bongs, but what was good about it, it hit the seam and left Rathwaite, and you could see him at the end just as it cut away from him. He was trying to just adjust the bat, but by then it had taken the edge. There's no second or third slip that may have had an opportunity to take a catch. Of course, there are 2 slips now for the left-handed reefer, but for Brathwaite, suppose with him on 76 at the time, they decided they would not keep a slip. But they've got to remember it's almost starting over because he's had that 20-minute break for tea and is back out. He's got to readjust. He's got to the bonks of the pitch again. He's got to get used to it. All of these things. And maybe, just maybe, they tell you, you know, when you restart an innings, that's probably the best opportunity you have to get someone out.
It's the end of the over, and it's 181 for 1 at the end of it. 61 now completed. And just look at the speed with which Hamilton is galloping from one end to the next so he could get into position quickly. And they've really done a marvelous job of managing their time. And because what we had 30 overs completed in the first 2 hours at lunchtime, and at tea time we had 59 overs. So they're almost going at 30 overs every 2 hours, every session. Yep. At lunch they were 92 without loss, and at tea they were 177 for 1. So they've been consistent with their run scoring, and Reefer still hasn't been able to settle. Still scratching around here, really trying to get on top of the bowling.
He's really struggling. 3 from 30 deliveries, and there's really, I mean, there's the.
Why don't they put a man on the offside as well?
Well, yeah,
to seal him off.
That's right. In there,
straight down his throat.
Well, he was struggling. He was really, really struggling, Reefer, and you could see him all of a sudden trying to just open his arms a little bit, but was never to the pitch.
Caught by Powell off the bowling of Cornwall.
For 3.
Yep. So
let's look. He's just never really got over the ball, did he? He was always more upright rather than getting over the ball, and hit it straight into the hands of Powell at mid-off.
So 182 for 2 now. So they lost the first wicket at 171. So that pair did 11 runs, but they never really got back the rhythm that they had from before.
Yeah, but he was always struggling, wasn't he? He was in defense. He came in at a rough time just before tea, so he was playing for survival and not freeing himself. But here too, very, very similar. He was pushing, prodding, and he never looked at home. He never looked comfortable, Raymond Reefer. So I'm not surprised that he's back in the pavilion. Not a great shot. He was looking to drive, never got over it, and was always going in the air.
Probably hit it too well.
Well, no, if he had hit it too well, it would have cleared mid off. And that's another thing. If you're going to make up your mind, because it seemed to be a little bit of a premeditated shot, because he was struggling a little bit. And then they moved the man from a backward short leg to a forward short leg. And I think that also played on his mind.
Yep. But Jonathan Drakes is the new batsman. And I'm sure Cornwall would want to probably put a little pressure on him. Now he's gone back to that straight mid-on and the short straight mid-wicket. So he's obviously trying to get the batsman to play the ball through the onside.
Jonathan Drakes had a half century here against the Red Force. Looks pretty good. He was timing the ball well. And he plays that sweep shot ever so well. That's going to run away.
Yep. That's a get out of jail shot. Especially against the spinners. You remember Brian Lara and Mutar Muralitharan? If you can't drive him, sweep him.
That's a good shot, but he was taking it
off
the stumps.
Yeah,
I mean,
the stump, yeah.
It turned out to be a good shot. But when you think about it, he was taking that off somewhere from middle stump.
You can see Hamilton kind of rehearsing that shot in his mind. This is another good delivery, making a quick adjustment. And just running off the outside edge. So successful over for Raheem Cornwall. At the end of it is 186 for 2. 62 overs now completed.
Yes, and another new batsman in Drakes. But Drakes is, if I was Barbados Pride, I would be batting Drakes at 3 because he's a nice fluent player. He's a good timer of the ball. He has all the shots.
It begs the issue, why is Reefer batting ahead of him?
I've always been history of cricket has always said to me, Ruskin, that your best batsman comes in at number 3. And for some reason, I'm not too convinced of Raymond Reefer batting at 3. Nice guy, but nice guys don't always bat at 3.
Did you ever bat at 3?
No. And you knew the answer would have been right away. The answer would have been just as quick as the question.
I was just asking.
I actually batted when I was at school. When I was at Fatima playing I batted at 4.
You batted at 4?
Yeah, I batted at 4.
Who batted at 3?
I can't remember. That's too long ago.
Jeffrey Gillen batted at...
Are you mad? Jeffrey Gillen?
Jeffrey opened the batting.
Not when I was at school. He opened the batting for Queen's Park, but down in the lower teams.
Right.
Yeah, he couldn't make the first team. So, but it's interesting. I'm really trying to remember. Oh boy, I'd have to really sit
batting
down.
for Fatima back then?
I
remember St. Mary's had that whole powerful lineup
St. Mary's
where
had a good-
Prakash hardly ever used to get the bat.
There was Gary Almondos, David Edgill. St. Mary's had a very, very good team.
Randy Gomes.
Randy Gomes.
Yeah.
QRC had a pretty good team. They beat us in a final right here at the Queen's Park Oval, an intercall final.
Zafar
It was
Khan.
Waz Hussain, Valentino Singh. I remember we couldn't. We had them on the ropes at 120 for 5, and somehow they got away and got to 242 or 260 something, and we couldn't win the game. We were about 140 for 5. And I had about 60, and I was plodding along like Brathwaite and saying, well, look, I'm just going to bat out here, and we shared the trophy. And with about half an hour to play, I got out. And we stumped from about 150 for 5 to 161 all out.
Yeah. Typical Trinidad.
Yeah, typical Trinidad. That's
This-
a poor
that's the
delivery.
shot. Yeah, that's the shot we were talking about.
Yeah.
You just had to touch it, and there's no protection down there.
We must, you can't not be bowling with a fine leg, especially with Archibald bowling over the wicket. Yes, he's going to try to run the ball across Brathwaite, but at his pace, once he's back of a length, Brathwaite is going to get inside of it and just turn it, which he's doing. You've got to have the protection out there. Why would you want 7 men on the offside? You've got 2 slips, a gully, you've got that deep point. Take out the short cover if you're going on the attack, or if you don't want to go on the attack, take out the gully and put him down to fine leg. But you've got to make up your mind where you're bowling. Are you going to be bowling wide of the off stump? And if you're going to be bowling wide of the off stump, Archibald is not doing that. Archibald is attacking maybe middle and off,
he's
or
trying
middle.
to hit the stumps.
Yeah. And if you're going to, if he's trying to do that, you got to give him the protection. Well, that's a little better.
It's going to get runs here. Played it well, played it late, and placed it even better.
But I don't mind that, Ruskin, because he's bowling to the 7-2 field. You give credit to Brathwaite. He placed it well, he played it late, he knew exactly where he wanted to put it. But, you can't blame Archibald for that.
Anything on the stump, even on the stumps, it
Yeah,
starts on the stumps, it could very well end up on the onside.
That's the thing.
You end up down the leg side.
And especially you're bowling to a man in his 80s. He's on 82 now. So, it's easy for him to just pick those deliveries off.
That's well bowled, teasing him outside that off stump there, but Brathwaite so full of concentration and discipline, this allows it to go through. Have you seen any youth cricket, like secondary schools cricket?
I haven't really.
Fatima has been going like hot and cold. One games you would say, okay, right, they'll kick on now, and St. Mary's also kind of,
Yeah.
I
I think the presentation schools are doing
presentation
pretty well.
Shogunas did very well. Yeah. I think they played each other in the final, or in one of the games that turned out to be like a final.
Yeah.
And once they won that was it. The end of the over, 192 for 2 now after 63.
Yeah, the presentation teams have been doing well. I think last year they got into a final with Fatima presentation, San Fernando, and they won the final. So they've been producing some good cricketers. I tell you what, I look at secondary schools cricket now, and they play on a Tuesday or Thursday or something.
They play 50 over
playing
cricket.
50 over cricket. To me, that's I don't see how you're preparing them for the longer version of the game if you're going to do that.
Well, I suppose the way things have changed now, you don't want them away from class for too long. Yes, another good delivery. That one went almost past under the bat.
Well, you got your Saturday and Sunday. I mean, in the old days, we played Saturday, Sunday.
Yep.
Yes, we started at 1 o'clock, but we played against the big men. I was telling somebody a story that we were playing against Police at the time. They was playing for Fatima, and Police had just got relegated from Championship into playing North Zone.
Yeah, North Zone.
And I went into bat, and we were 2 for 2. That's the score, eh? We were 2 for 2. And Clem Hercules was bowling. I must have been 16, 17. And the first ball, I just heard whoosh. And Tony Lewis, the wicketkeeper, he was played for Trinidad as a wicketkeeper. He caught the ball and he was throwing it to gully, and I must have been now playing the shot. And he just shouted to me, "You got to be faster than that, youngster." but it was the two opening bowlers for Police were Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, was Hercules and Burns. And they were relegated and to come down.
And they
Yeah.
had Batiste in reserve.
Yeah. So I mean, what better training you could have got than that? You know, you're playing big man cricket, so to speak. Now these schoolboys, they play among themselves, and you know, it's times have changed so much.
A lot of them also are signed to clubs.
Yeah.
So I think they do get in a bit of the club cricket as well. I'm not sure what the ruling is in terms of secondary schools now, where as it pertains to playing club cricket also. But they used to encourage that, you know. So you play like during the week for your school, but you'll play
at weekends.
on the
Yeah,
weekends for your
the-
club.
yeah.
It's the end of the over, 193 for 2 at the end of it. You know, so you play for your club on the weekends, and that way you get experience.
The exposure.
You
and the
get a lot of
experience,
you get a lot of experience that way, because you're playing against national players
Yeah,
or
but
international players.
The thing is, you get the 4 or 5, or if as many of the better players doing that. In the old days, you had a full team. I remember that you were allowed 2 teachers.
Mhm.
2 teachers used to play as well. Not, of course, in the zone, not for when you had intercall and things like that. It was all
yeah.
students,
Mhm.
but you had 2 teachers that used to play, and it was interesting. You look forward to those days, and in those days, cricket started at 1. Now you start at 10 o'clock, and you play 2 days. I have a little problem with that. I think the reason that the Red Force are not doing as well as they should be is simply because we don't, in this country, there's not enough 3-day cricket. No, I'm not sure the rest of the region. Somebody said to me, oh, in Barbados or somewhere, they also only play 2 days of cricket. But I just think, you know, the thing with when
Not nearly enough.
if you're going to play 2 days of cricket, Ruskin, then you got to reduce your number of teams.
Mhm.
You got to have maybe 6 teams playing home and away, because you want quality cricket. You know, so
I want them to play
reduce
plenty cricket too.
right. So reduce the number of teams, and you play 3-day cricket. Because what is happening now, when you play 2-day cricket, if you come up against a team that's slightly weaker, you go, you try to dismiss them quickly. You put them into bat. You try and dismiss them quickly. You go out there and you bang the ball all around the field to get as much runs as you could, to declare, to send them back in again, so you could win in 2 days. You know, and to me, it's you're not giving the batsman the opportunity to make hundreds. That's what you want. You want guys going out there and making big hundreds, you know, and you've got to have the competition a little keener. That's too wide.
Yep. And that's I suppose that's part of the, how should I say, the trade-off for the 7-2 field,
Yeah.
because he has to stay away from the leg stump.
Correct. So once he does that, he goes wide of the off stump. Now, as a captain, I suppose you have to say, okay, I can live with that, because, you know, if he goes anywhere closer to those stumps, he's going to get carted for 4. Looking at Brathwaite, it's a little bit of an open stance, facing up to the left-hander over the wicket. That's a good delivery.
Yep, he's on 84. Just 16 away from what would be a deserved 100.
Hard to think McCaskey was with him for a while.
Not about the whole question of him really just pushing on, because he just kind of sits there and bats. He just is like, he doesn't have a care in the world. You know, you bowl, I bat. And again, he's pushing that one just a little bit, just reaching for that one. You could see him playing a little bit away from the body there. Doral making a fine stop at that gully position, squarish gully. In fact, very square.
Yeah, he's very square indeed. It's interesting because you've got Cornwall as a first slip, Graves is almost like maybe a third, fourth slip, and then Durham is almost at a point, a short point.
That's good bowling. He's keeping Brathwaite quiet, not giving him much to work with. And at the end of the over, it's 194 for 2. 65 overs now completed. And the current run rate has now dipped under 3. Remember it was like 3.8 or 3.5.
Well, with the loss of the loss of McCaskey and then Reefer, they slowed the run rate. And you know Brathwaite is not going to look to pick it up. He's quite comfortable pushing the ball around, getting the singles. If he's got to go from 84 to 100 with all singles, you know he's going to do it. So it's not a question of him looking to up the run rate. And there's no need to really push it as of now. I think they're just looking for this big total of 400 plus. If they can get to that, they'd be pretty happy.
This is a little surprising because Raheem Cornwall just got the wicket, and now he takes himself out of the attack.
Yeah, well, he's bowled he's bowled 19 overs already for the day, and he's had a long spell. Don't forget he was bowling before tea, so maybe he just needs a bit of a breather. And I would have given, and maybe as well, with the new batsman, give himself another over just to see what happens. But he's not doing that.
Does have the forward short leg and the slip.
Yeah, so he's still looking to pick up the wicket.
And that short mid wicket.
In a catching position there. Yeah, at short mid wicket. And he's got a short cover. What I like about Drakes is his fluency. He's the type of player that he's always looking to score runs. You know, Drakes is not the kind of player that is going to push and prod and look to deflect the ball. He's going to be playing positive. He's going to be playing his shots all around the wicket. He's a good enough player to do that.
He's immediately off strike though, so it brings Craig Brathwaite, who's on 84, back on strike.
So Durham is going to continue in his He's in his 10th over now, none for 29. See a change in the field. So they've taken out that forward short leg. They're pushing him to what? A short extra cover. Yeah, and they've taken the mid off and he's gone back towards long off. So very interesting. So Brathwaite continues his long vigil. 84 from 205 deliveries.
And I don't think the number of balls really affects him too much. In fact, if anything, it looks like he relishes facing, upwards of 150, 200 deliveries. Here are the sirens in the background. We do have the hospital nearby.
Yes, it's in
Sinclair
Medical.
Yep. That ends the over, 195 for 2.
So just a quick look at the bowling figures. The Cornwall 1 for 68, Graves 1 for 32, the 2 wicket takers. Surprisingly, Hayden Walsh Jr. has only bowled 4 overs, none for 17. A little surprised at that. I thought he would have been given a couple more overs. But
he's certainly underutilized so far.
I would have thought that he would have been bowling a few more overs here, especially with the total as it is. And I might have been tempted with the dismissal of Reefer to bring him into the attack with the new batsman Drakes, but they opted to bring Durham instead. I would think Hayden Walsh Jr. may get a few overs in before if they decide on the second new ball. Not sure if they'll take that today if it's available.
Well, they're looking for wickets. That's the important thing here now. So nice fluid drive, but can't get it past. Drakes, of course, really looks a picture when he's at the crease. It's really now a period where your concentration levels, they have to be so high because you don't want an edge to come and you can't take the catch, or a ball to be struck to you and you can't cut it off. As a batsman, you're trying to preserve your wicket here. You don't want to just gift it away.
It's well left by Drakes. Lined it up early. It's a much more orthodox feel for Drakes because there are 2 slips and a gully. Man at the guy, that's Durham, who was at
Square of the 2
squarish.
gullies.
Yeah, he's gone much straighter now. It's almost like a 4th slip. And then there are 2 slips. Cornwall is at first. I think Graves is at second. So they're looking to get the edge of the bat of Jonathan Drakes. It's a good shot. He's going to pick up an easy single. He's getting on the front foot and just leaning into that delivery as Archibald is going. He's obviously bowling outside the line of the legs, and because of no man at backward square leg or fine leg. But once he just slightly over pitches, there is Drakes going into the drive. Had to reach for it slightly. So he picks up the single again. And then the field changes over. It's obvious that Durham is at that. I would like to say more of a backward point, but he's very short in a catching position.
He's gone very square for Brathwaite. Bearing down on goal. And that run rate is coming down all the time. It's now down to 2.94. It was just 2.99 a couple overs ago.
I don't think they'll be too concerned about that. The 2 batsmen. I think Drakes, once he gets going, he is a fluent player. He scores his runs quickly. And if you give him the bad deliveries, he will put it away. He's that good a player. Sorry.
So it's always a question of them trying to. But you want a wicket. That's the important thing here now. And but you can't force it. You still have to be patient because the 2 batsmen are pretty good at what they're doing out there, especially Craig Brathwaite. You really have to respect his abilities as a batsman and his powers of concentration. And isn't it ironic? One is wearing 11, the other is wearing 22. And the over comes to an end. It's 196 now for 267 overs completed. And Archibald North for 34, Durham North for 29. The 2 men operating at this point for the fielding team, and talk about a decision justified. The decision to bat.
Oh, for sure.
This morning, fully justified by.
For sure. At
Craig
196 for 2, you would want that any day of the week if you're a captain and opting to bat first after winning the toss.
He's just one keeping a little bit low, coming back in a little bit, so he has to be careful. And Drakes, of course, would love to settle in quickly. And just get on with the business at hand.
Durham comes from, he's a tall man, so he's coming from a pretty big height, from a pretty big height here. Because he's tall, so he's coming almost...
Coming from 10 feet
yeah.
up in the air.
So I've got a short extra cover now. It's been good so far. 3 good balls. Keeping Drakes on the front foot, that's what you want. You've got a man at short extra cover. You've got the orthodox cover, and then you have a long off. So just keep it in front of him. Keep it in front of Drakes. Let him look to play a shot.
Maybe that sweep shot that he likes so much.
Yes.
And that's good fielding again. And Hayden Walsh Jr. You don't want to chance his hand. And now is the time really for somebody to put his hands up and say, look, I am going to take responsibility here. Pick up a wicket or two, and just turn the game on its head a little bit. But where is that wicket going to come from? I really thought that Graves was going to be among the wickets, just the way he bowled it, and so I was really happy to see him pick up pepper. But they haven't been able to break through since, to push further on rather. Since that, I don't know whether you get a reefer. They need to keep going. And another tease and delivery this time. I was just asking for it, but Durham just putting it there. But that's end another over. It's 196 for 2, 197 rather for 2 at the end of it.
And just that one run coming from the over. It's been a steady over from Durham. He was on target, just on around that off stump, coming from a good height. The Drakes couldn't get into the drive except that last delivery. So it's been what? He's bowled 11 overs now, Daniel Durham. 11 overs, none for 30. So he's been tidy without...
being penetrative.
Yeah, without being penetrative. He's been very tidy. But I think they need to pick up another wicket or two. I mean, they would love to get Brathwaite, even though he's not scoring quickly. Him just being there adds some sort of solidity to the Barbados Pride batting.
I know I wanted to ask you this, and I'm not sure if you've been able to speak with him or anything in recent weeks or months, as the case might have been. I was speaking of Darren Bravo, because he's out of the picture literally.
Yeah.
Even at the club level, the national team level.
I think he's taken a break from cricket. I think I don't think it's the end of him. Maybe regionally, but I think he's going to come back and play club cricket at some point in time. But he's taking a break from cricket, and he's concentrating on his business. So he's
keeping busy.
Yeah, I think the disappointment of him not getting into the West Indies team in that series against England after scoring so many runs in the Super 50 must have dented him a little bit. I mean, anybody scoring the kind of runs he scored and then turn around and say, well, you're not picked because of your age and because we're looking to groom a World Cup squad for 2027. It just didn't make sense to me. Especially when you picked other guys that were aged, 1 year
Close
younger
by,
and that kind of thing. It just, I didn't get hold of the answer. I thought it was a lot of, as they say, mumbo jumbo.
It was premature to do it like that.
I would have put him in and see what happens. And if he fails, then you say, okay, you're obviously not up to this level, which, I mean, you can say that, but not to give him the opportunity was just crazy. Because, it's certainly his performance warranted it.
2 years in a row,
Yeah.
he was among the top scorers.
Yeah, and I would have preferred if the board had said, look, we're no longer considering you for well, listen, my concern was consistency. You can't be saying to one guy, hey, we're not considering you because you're getting on in age, but yet you're picking another guy who is around the same age and whose performance was not as good. So Archibald is bowling that wide of the off stump. Now he's going a little too wide. Needs to get closer to that off stump. He needs to make him play. Again, we talk about this 7-2 field, so Archibald needs, he obviously realizes and knows, hey, I don't have protection backward of square.
So he's not going down
So
there
he's not going down there at all. He's going wide of the off stump. And if you're going to go that wide, then the batsmen, they can just leave the deliveries until you decide to get closer to the off stump.
So a lot of chatter going on behind the stumps there.
There again. So it's a matter, it could be a matter of who breaks first, but it's the end of the over from Archibald, 197 for 2. So if, it's either Archibald decides, look, I really got to get closer to the off stump, or Drake says, I'm tired of leaving alone. Let me get after one of them. So it's a matter of who decides to do what first.
And of course, Drix is trying to really dig in here and get his innings started properly, which I think it will be good for West Indies cricket if we can get a lot of these batsmen, as we used to say, put a heavy price on their wickets.
Yeah.
Don't just you get a wicket because I am not sure they're going to get a better wicket than this to bat
Oh
on
no, for sure.
anytime soon. This is a perfect batting wicket. The ball is hardly spinning.
I think if you probably have to find some kind of criticism on it, you'd probably want it a little quicker. But it's a as you rightly said, it's a peach of a wicket to bat on.
It would be interesting to see how the other batsmen, deal with it, and including the batsmen and the opposing team as well from the Leeward Islands. Because it could look one way when one team is batting, and all of a sudden they wonder, wait, what's going on here? They had all of this in this wicket all the time, and you just didn't get it from their bowlers. Short ball pulled away, and it's gone past the man at mid-wicket. They're going for a second run. They're going to get that easily.
Partially stopped it, didn't he, at mid-wicket? But
And just kind of bounced off of him.
yeah, it was hit with some power, and they were able to pick up 2 runs.
Yeah, the shadows are now appearing on the field.
Well, a little glimmer of sunlight has also
it's
come
coming
back.
back, yeah. A lovely day for cricket.
Well, I was doing a football game, and it was blazing hot like this. I said, well, I wonder what calypso you'll sing for this. Not a lovely day for football, I tell you that.
Hot.
Yeah, maybe, yes. You're right. I mean, it was terrible. And I felt for the players. Of course, there were water breaks. There are water breaks now in football, Ruskin.
Yep, yeah, you have to keep the players hydrated.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Whereas back in the day, your coaches punish you for the full 45 minutes.
yes.
No
I'd say,
drink
you want water? No, wait for half time. What you want water for? You're fit. Yeah.
Trust their fitness.
Yeah. Now you have water break halfway of the first half.
Almost as a matter of
Yeah.
course. So that completes another over. 199 now for 70 overs now completed. So it's things have really slowed down significantly.
Oh, yeah. And
Since
Brathwaite.
McCaskey's departure.
Brathwaite is now on 86. I think he's used up some 30, 35 balls to move from 80 to 86. It's been tough.
Yeah, he's kind of dropped anchor. He
Yeah.
hasn't really tried to move on from there. But he's still there. That's the important thing, and that's the most important thing right now, is that he's still there, trudging along, just doing his thing.
Well, 20 overs left in the day's play. So it's, let's say, 20 overs, 199. Barbados can get up to maybe 260, 275. And there goes Archibald again, wide of that off stump. And Drake's not tempted at the moment, which is
That's what I'm
good.
saying. He's playing on his patience right now. Say, if you want to score some runs, partner, you have to come out here. Come and get me. As I said, as my good friend Leopold said, don't come down if you can't go back. You know. And the off break turn in a little so, you know.
Didn't care.
Yeah. You know how many catches I took over Leeward slip here and Pascal Roberts? It's amazing the amount of times there. And I'll tell you a story about both Passy and Jack Norrego. You know.
That's
Well
a good
played.
shot.
But
No
guess-
run though,
yeah,
finds
guess
the man.
Nothing for it.
Yeah.
This is Passy was like that. Jack Norrego was like that. They will bowl one ball to a new batsman, and then they will adjust the field and pressure for the batsman. You know, sometimes he just used to adjust me at slip, and lo and behold, catch come in. You know,
Yeah.
right there. Jack Norrego was amazing with that. You know, you say Ruskin.
9 for 95.
Yeah, you say Ruskin. So, Bond gone, yes. Same thing with Passy. Grinding the teeth.
Yeah.
And that's the danger zone there. You don't want to thread.
Got
on
away
that.
with it.
Yep. Don't want to thread on that leg stump at all.
Yeah, the worst part of Pascal Roberts, when you're the non-strikers end and you hear this
The
teeth
noise.
grinding. Where was that? I should have complained
Yeah.
to the umpire. Said he cannot continue like that. Take him off the attack.
You can't concentrate.
Yeah, a man cannot concentrate. The man is grinding his teeth.
But listen, here's the sad part about that. If you take off Passy, who you getting? Because it's Eric O'Dean,
Yes.
Bernard
Or
Julian,
Prince Bartholomew.
Bartholomew, or Kelvin Williams coming at you, or even Colin Croft
Hmm.
coming at you. You might as well take Passy and live.
Actually, your good friend Stanley Hunter came to Trinidad for. He lives out of New York now. He came to
Yeah.
Trinidad for. Doesn't play Mars, but he just comes to. I don't know, for the fetes and that kind of thing. And I was chatting to him in the pavilion, and we were talking about the Larry Constantine stand now, where it has all these boxes.
Mhm.
And of course, in those days, there won't be boxes. There was just the concrete
on
stand, as it
top,
was
yeah,
called.
it was open, yeah.
And I remember in one game, he hit Pascal Roberts straight into, as they call it, Pompey Eye.
Pump, yeah.
In those days, I mean, it was massive. I keep telling him, I said, boy, you were born at the wrong time. He said, no, I love my life. I'm good. I said, because he had been playing T20
Oh
cricket.
man, he'd have been a killer.
I used to bowl to this guy in the nets, and he used to hit this ball tremendously hard back to me. And one day I threatened him. I said, listen,
Hit the
if
net.
you continue to try to hit this ball back at me, I'm going to stop bowling. Okay? Hit the net. Open the face of the bat. Why do you have to bang it back at me? But he was a tremendous hitter of the ball.
A funny guy. That's better. A little bit closer, just to teasing the batsman and asking him to come and get it. The end of the over, they're stuck on 199. It's a maiden. 199 for 2.
Yeah, but Pascal Roberts was another character. serious individual, though.
Yeah. But the
He
thing
was,
with that, Colin, is that those guys could bowl, you know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's like,
Oh, yeah.
I used to watch, I used to stand up in the slip, I tell you, and I watch batsmen, they get headaches trying to figure out how to move him over that
Yes.
line, you know. It's like, man, they're digging and digging and digging, and it's like, whoa. You know, take somebody like Charlie Davis. So you know Charlie's strength was square the wicket on the offside, right? All behind backward point, you kill you through there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Passy Saraskin, you just set the field so. Put like 3 men there. Boy, Charlie, like crying because he can't go at all, nothing going through there. He's like, man, what the hell is Passy doing? That one kept low.
Yeah, but the thing with that Paragon team, they were all characters. Don't know how you manage on that
Oh, it
team.
was funny too.
They were real characters.
Yeah.
I remember.
I used to be laughing whole day
I could well imagine.
because that's something somebody would say. There he goes, right across that one.
Is he losing his patience? I'm very surprised at that shot from Brathwaite. He's looking for some runs now
Yep.
because he's really struggled in the last, I would say, the last 20, 25 minutes since they've come back out from tea. Actually,
Yeah, you haven't had
he's,
much.
he's struggled.
Yeah, when he was at tea time, he went to tea on 73.
So and he's now on 86. So he
86,
scored
yeah,
13 runs in about 50 minutes.
Yep, he's not.
So he's really struggled.
He goes again, and still he can't get it through. So a little bit of anxiety there.
He's getting a little impatient now. He's
Yeah.
looking to score, isn't he?
Yeah,
You could see it. He's looking to score. Give Durham credit though. He's bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. He's keeping that ball there for Brathwaite and saying, well, if you want to hit me, you got to come after me. Well, Brathwaite back to his patient best.
yeah. This is kind of like the game inside the game. You know, the batsman wants to get at the bowler not obliging him with deliveries that he can work with. And who's gonna win?
It's the end of a good over from Durham. A maiden over actually. So he's
Like
completed
3
13
maidens on the
overs.
trot.
Yeah. 13 overs, none for 32. And Hayden Walsh, 4 overs, none for 10. I'm not sure about that. Strange.
Yeah, at some point they're gonna have to look at him. Maybe I don't know if they're holding him back for the second innings, but you need wickets now. You know, so you got to consider giving him a bowl and see if he could get a couple of wickets for you. And is it Carty who's going to bowl now? And certainly he wants to see if he could maybe surprise the batsman here.
199 for 2.
Casey Carty is
That's
getting
a little bit of medium pace.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. So he's brought Casey Carty into the attack before Hayden Walsh Jr. So a little bit of a surprise.
Yep. And to me, if you I suppose he's probably just looking for a little variety. Maybe he's gonna give him an over or two and say, see if he can get a wicket for me. And after he got the wicket, he take him off.
Well, he's bowling medium pace, just about medium. He's got a slip on maybe a slip on a fourth slip, a third slip. And then he's got 6 men, 6 men in total on the offside, 3 on the on, which is that mid-on, mid-wicket.
Can't
Kinda.
afford to bowl short though.
Yeah, he can't.
He can't bowl short.
He
and
doesn't
this
have the
wicket.
pace for that.
Yep.
And that's also easy pickings. He has a ball outside the offside. He actually waited on it, Drakes, and then just opened the face and steered it down to the deep point position. So the 200 is now up.
Finally, it's been stuck on 199 for a while.
200 for 2. Drakes gets into double figures as well. So he would be pretty happy so far with his contribution. Just maybe if you have to be critical, he would want to up the tempo slightly.
Okay, so
That's
a
a-
rush shot.
So it's a strange looking shot as well.
Second
it's-
one we see him make.
Yeah, almost like if he's sweeping part of the pitch. It was a strange type of shot. He was looking to take it to me from outside off and maybe get it
Try to
down
hit
to
it
the
from
leg
the-
side, did he? Yeah.
Yes. I don't know. That's a shot you expect to see from Kelvin Ford or somebody that I played at. And
You got to
on the
stay away
pads,
from there.
Yep. Easy pickings. Certainly, it's just a concentration now because you don't want to just let him off the hook now, because right now you have him in the point where, in the state of mind where he wants to score, and he hasn't been able to score much lately. And so you bring on Carty, and what you don't want is for Carty to serve him up a few looseners on the pads, and he takes advantage. Here he goes again.
Well, there is a man at fine legs, so he's just going to get a single. But still, he goes from, he was an 86 for quite a while, and he now goes to 89.
This is not what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why.
If I was going to
Casey
put medium
Carty.
pace, I was going to bring back Graves one
but-
time.
But you got Jeremiah Louis. Unless Ruskin, they're playing for that. They're playing for the new ball, and
still.
trying to get through a few overs quickly. I don't know, but it's just, to me, it doesn't make much sense. Carty coming into the attack,
Yeah,
and he's
that's-
conceded 5 runs in the over.
and it wasn't an over that troubled the batsman to any degree. It's 2-4 for the loss of 2 wickets now.
Yeah, they look very comfortable in that over from Carty. 5 runs coming from it. No doubt Daniel Durham. He's in the middle of a good spell, though. Durham.
He's bowling very well. He's very consistent, and he's changing up things ever so slightly. So the batsmen have to be watchful all the time. Can't take it for granted that all are going to turn. Some are coming in with the arm. Here's one almost snuck through there, just as I was talking about balls coming through with the arm, and that one almost got through between bat and pad.
Of course, Hamilton there bending down, pretending he's shining the ball. He obviously is having a word with Drakes, trying to put him off slightly.
Trying to square up there and play that ball through the offside.
It was a good delivery. Give him a little bit of air, and you could see Drakes looking to drive and wasn't to the pitch, and had to be careful.
So he's mixing up. Look at his line. He was just outside the off stump. He was on the off stump. He was on the middle stump. So he's just kind of going through his repertoire at the moment. Again, touching down just on that off stump. So Durham has done a pretty decent job of stemming the flow of runs. All he needs now is a wicket or 2. And that will be just what the doctor ordered. Now, if you can just pin back the Bajans here and prize out a couple wickets.
Well,
Who's going to blink first here? Ground
Well,
staff eager to come on to
yeah,
do some sweeping.
yeah, so going to be a freshman break after this ball.
See the big wind up again from Drakes, but he can't get it through. He remains on 11. It's 89 to Brathwaite, and after 74 overs, it's 204 for 2, with the players getting a refreshment break. We too will take a breather. Welcome back as we get ready for the final push here now. The 74 overs completed.
So
far.
16 overs left in the day's play.
And the new ball due in the next 6. Would you take the new ball?
Yeah, I would take it.
You won't bowl it yourself.
The thing is, well, if I have nobody else. But the thing about it is, you can't be worried about Brathwaite. The good thing for the Pride is that Brathwaite is still there. So if they do take, well, that's presuming he lasts the next 6 overs. If he is there when they take the new ball, that's going to be a plus for the Pride. But Carty is continuing, which is a little bit of a surprise. I don't understand why Hayden Walt Jr. is not in the attack.
And especially if you're thinking you could bowl him 3 overs before you get the new ball. See how he pulls up in those 3 overs. If he gets you a wicket or 2, well, then you delay the new ball and give him the opportunity to continue. So it's really just all kind of pedestrian right now. And McCarthy not doing too much with the ball. Maybe he might get one to just keep low or something, deviate off the pitch, surprise everybody, including the batsman. That is a good delivery, just moving away from the right-hander just a little bit.
I like his patience at the moment, Drakes. When he played in the Barbados Red Force game, he was a little bit more, how should I put it? He was a little bit more free in terms of his stroke play and working the ball around. Here he's to me he's slightly more defensive, and obviously he's giving the impression that he's trying to keep his wicket intact and is waiting for the bad deliveries. Oh, that's a good delivery from Carty. It came back at him. Didn't have the pace, so he was able to just as it came back, pushed it out on the offside. But that's a good delivery. Didn't think Carty was capable of getting that ball to move back like he did.
Well, the one before also moved. It moved away a little bit. That one came back at him. And so now he's kind of planting seeds in the batsman's mind. See if you will choose the wrong one to hit.
Doesn't seem to have the pace though. You can, because of his lack of pace, quite easy to adjust. The ball is coming through nicely. He's getting a nice bounce as well. Drakes.
So he's batting. He's playing himself in. He's really setting himself up here. It looks like for a really long innings as well. For Barbados' sake, that's a good sign. And with Craig Brathwaite at the other end, together they could guide the team. He is playing at one, and that's a good delivery in the sense that it was so different to everything else that he bowled that he almost got Drakes by surprise, and that ball didn't pass too far from the glove on the way through to end the over 205 for 2.
Yeah, short delivery from intended short delivery from Carty, and let's have a look at it. He banged it in, and by the time Drake saw it, the ball was already luckily past him. He could so easily have gloved it into the hands of wicketkeeper Hamilton.
Yeah, but good thinking on his part. Just that's
Mix
the
it up a
change
little
up.
bit, isn't it? Yeah.
Change it up a little bit. Not which is what I was asking for from Graves, to especially when Reefer was at the wicket, just bang in a couple and see how he adjusts to that.
Yeah, see how he handles it, because is he going to hook? Is he going to get out the way? For example, with that one with Drakes, he was very late. So you would have thought he would have tried to get out of the way of it, but he was playing the hook shot. I think he must have felt himself that Carty is too slow to bowl him that type of delivery.
It was a good line too, because it was just passing over the leg stump, so he had to kind of get inside of it Here it goes again in the air. He played that shot earlier, and we were wondering what he was thinking. Well, that's what he was thinking, trying to get it over mid-wicket, but it's not typical Craig Brathwaite. But he gets 4 runs for it. Guess what? He's on to 94 now,
But
6 away.
A safe shot though, Ruskin. There's nobody at deep mid-wicket. We've seen him try it, as you rightly said. Now, Cornwall had an opportunity. Do I plug that? Because he's going to try it again. And if I have to plug that, where do I get the fielder from? And the only one you could probably think of is taking out that
Silly mid-off.
that sort of
that short
cover kind of thing, short extra cover.
Mhm.
So that has now caused Durham to go a little wider of the off stump, and says to Brathwaite, well, if you want to hit me over that mid-wicket position, you got to take me from outside the off stump.
A late decision there on the part of Brathwaite. Seemed like he was in 2 minds, and eventually prodded at one. So again, how do they deny him this 100? You're not going to deny him there, because that's kind of bread and butter stuff for him.
Yeah, you can't be bowling a man on 94 on the leg stump, and you've got nobody at backward square. Luckily, but Brathwaite didn't sweep at it, and he just nudged it more than anything else.
So that an indication that he's not premeditating, although we did see him kind of swipe at one earlier. Here he goes again. That's a good shot. This time is Drake's getting through. And Archibald with a diving stop, or stop then the dive, and then the return. So at the end of another over, quickly bowled by Durham. And this partnership, 30 from 87 deliveries, is 212 for 2 now.
Yeah, it's still not fast going by these two. I think having lost that wicket of Reefer after the tea interval, it slowed the process, and these two are building another partnership. Just as you rightly said, just 30 runs so far from this partnership, and it's taken them quite a while, but give them credit. They're not panicking. They're just working the ball around, picking up the ones. The odd boundary was taken from Brathwaite in this over, but other than that, they've been pretty quiet. And those 30 runs have been they've worked for those 30 runs. Let me put it like that. They've not been under pressure, but they've had to work to get the score to 212 for 2 from 182 for 2.
Here's Hayden Moores Jr.
Yep.
Belatedly.
Well, I think again, you look at it, there's just about 4 overs to take the new ball.
And that's what I was saying earlier. Give him about 3 overs.
Yeah,
So you take him, you bring him on, and so you get that 6 overs, that span. He will bowl 3, somebody else will bowl the other 3, and you're pretty much. Then you decide. So if you get a wicket or 2, you decide, well, maybe you could delay the new ball.
Well, I certainly didn't understand the reasoning behind Casey Carty. I thought the ball should have been given to Hayden Walsh Jr. instead of Casey Carty. But obviously, Cornwall had different ideas.
And good support in the field as well. And as a bowler, that always gives you confidence when your fielders are prepared to throw their bodies around to cut off runs.
Champions League games are going on at the moment, Ruskin.
Mm-hmm.
Paris Saint-Germain leading Barcelona by 2-1. So those your Barca fans, they're not pretty
Kylian
happy.
Mbappe.
Well, let's see.
Because every time you say Paris Saint-Germain, he scores.
Dembele and Vitnina. Rafina scored for Barcelona. They were leading 1-0 Barcelona, and PSG came back to now take the lead 2-1. And then, of course, Atletico Madrid, they're leading Borussia Dortmund by 2-0. Two fantastic games yesterday in Real Madrid and Man City, 3-3 draw, and Arsenal and Bayern Munich, a 2-2 draw.
Pulling this one, but again, not able to pierce the field. It kept a little bit low, but Bradford kept his eyes on it. Can't score. 2-12 for 2 at the end of it. So, does the shadows start to lengthen here at the Queen's Park Oval? The players probably just a little bit slower at the moment. These are the late session, the late period in the day. It's been a long day for them, and you're just not as sprightly as you used to be.
You can't be.
Sun is beating down on you,
and you only got 2 wickets for the day.
You know? Nothing to be cheerful about.
One guy with 100, another one 95 not out. What should you be chirpy about?
And that's well played. And this is good, sensible batting on the part of Drakes. He's giving Brathwaite as much of the strike as possible, so he could get to that 100 as quickly as possible, get that out of the way,
and then see what happens from there. I think Brathwaite, though, would want to stick around until, whether he has 100 or not, even if he does get the 100, he would certainly want to stick around, because if the Leeward Islands take the second new ball, I think he would need to be there just to dent, or to blunt, I should say, to blunt that attack of the new ball from the Leeward Islands.
So here is Bradford. He's on 95. And certainly, I don't think you expect the nervous 90s to apply to him.
Not really.
But you don't want him to. You don't want to see him just jump down the wicket and have a lash, have a swing. He's not that type of batsman. And he just seems. I don't want to say he seems out of sorts, but he's not as fluent as he was earlier. You know, he's really had to fight for everything that he's gotten so far in this innings.
I think the ball has got a little older, and so it's not coming onto the bat. He likes to get the ball coming onto the bat so he can work it. At the moment, that's not happening.
Don't we all? And but once you drift onto the pads, he's going to nudge and push and deflect. And you know, that's how he will accumulate his runs. Goes on by 1 to 96 now. 214 for 2 as the over comes to an end.
Well, the good thing is he's got the strike, so he's going to be facing Hayden Walsh Jr. again. He bowled a maiden over to him last over.
He just wants to see what the balls will do. If anything, for Hayden Walsh, I think Hayden Walsh has to try to be a little more consistent with his lines and his lengths. You know, he's bowled a couple short balls. Think back to the last ball of his previous over that was pulled to straight to mid-wicket. That could so easily have been deposited, you know, into that mid-wicket boundary.
Field is well spread. There's a deep pointer long off, a deep mid-wicket.
There's a one man
So
out.
there's no long on, which is a little surprising. But there's a long off, and then there's that deep point and a deep mid wicket. That deep mid wicket is pretty square. I wouldn't say he's down to square leg, but it's not the orthodox mid wicket.
I'm trying to figure out what the umpire is.
I think there was another ball left in the over for Durham.
Over.
Yeah. He only bowled 5 deliveries. They called over. I didn't realize they can go back and bowl this one ball.
Yep, because they haven't bowled a first ball in the other over yet.
Yes,
they haven't bowled a
yes.
delivery in the other overs yet. So they have enough time to correct that error. And so we're going to do this now.
So we're gonna reset for one ball.
Poor Cornwall, he's had to walk.
He walked halfway up the pitch, did he, or did he go to
walked
the
all
full
the
end?
way down.
Oh
He was
my
ready-
word!
He was ready to
Wonder he didn't decide to stay at a
Yes.
shortish mid-off.
he
for this
walked
one
all
ball.
the way down.
Yeah.
So you have to come back up for one ball and do it all over again.
I tell you what, had that been a wicket, it would have been really
Yep.
not as they say, not cricket.
Yeah.
But it's the end of the over. 78 overs have now been bowled. The partnership 31 from 99 deliveries. That's to tell you, Ruskin, how this partnership. I wouldn't say they've struggled, but they haven't got the ball away. They haven't been fluent.
Yeah, they haven't
You
really
know?
been able to get on top of the bowling at all.
Yeah.
And that's a testament to the bowling. And in the main, it has been the bowling of Durham.
Yep.
He's been very tidy. And
None for 41 from
yep.
16.
but he's kept it very, very tight. And here is Hayden Walsh Jr. continuing from this top end.
Interestingly enough, how will Brathwaite try to get to 100? There's a man at mid-on. Is he going to try and go over the top, maybe hitting against the spin?
And again, he's trying to do exactly that. Try to pull him through that mid-wicket region. There is a man out at deep mid-wicket, but if he could clear the head of the middle of that short mid-wicket, that straightish mid-wicket, he's in business. And Hayden Walsh is asking him to do just that.
Hayden Walsh Jr. is a really superb fieldsman. And even to his own bowling, you could see how he just dived across to his left.
If you can't
Stopped
feel
it.
to your own bowling, you're in trouble.
Well, there's a lot, Ruskin Mark, trust me, there are a lot of people who can't feel to their own bowling. They seem shocked when the ball is coming back towards them. They go through for a quick single.
Yep. So one by one, he's filling the bucket here. He inches on by 1 to 97 now. 215 for 2. So Hayden Walsh, what can he do here to prize out one of these two? And you can see the ball, he's putting a fair amount of revolutions on the ball. It isn't spinning, they're not all spinning prodigiously. There's no vicious turn. But he is getting some purchase off the wicket.
Another good delivery. The end of the over, a good over again from Walsh. He's just conceded 1 run in the 2 overs since he's been back in the attack. And the Pride, 215 for 2.
So 97 to Craig Brathwaite. And a man who is certainly... And you always felt he needed a big score. And we go when you look around the region, you look at the tournament, some new faces or some older faces have been getting runs. But I'm happy to see a team like CCC be competitive, the West Indies Academy competitive, and a lot of those youngsters are producing good scores. They're not getting the hundreds that you would want to see, but when you think what Otley got 99 playing for CCC. Here's this one pulled away nicely for another single. So
should have done better with that though. I think he started to come down the track and realized the ball just got big on him, and he was just sort of tugging it to leg rather than waiting on it and hitting it over mid-wicket.
Drake's living dangerously there. Didn't really get out to that one. Again, probably not convinced which way the ball is actually going to go by the time it gets to him, because one almost snuck through bat and pad, so that might still be playing on his mind. He got to that one. He really should have belted that one. He was right out it. He just kind of pushed it. Can they do something differently now? Jamal Hamilton, you hardly even call him in the game because he's hardly had to do too much.
It's a great shot.
Yep, excellent shot, and it's cover out there,
Yeah,
so it's only going to get a single. But it was very well played. So now the focus is back on Craig Brathwaite. He's on 98 now, just 2 away from his 100.
He has this uncanny way of just the last minute flick the wrist and try to get that ball either wide of mid wicket or wide of mid on. At the end of the over, 217 for 2. He remains on 98. So just 2 away from 100. 98 from 248 deliveries.
80 overs bowled now, Colin. New ball time?
Well, I think they're going to... Walsh hasn't bowled badly. Maybe just give him an over or so and see what happens.
I'm trying to picture if the third umpire brought out the new ball. I mean, they might have during the water break. I didn't really catch.
I didn't see it. So maybe they're just going to go through today and bowl out the next 10 overs.
But what I'm saying, the umpire should have at least presented the new ball to the on-field umpires. Swept nicely and brilliantly stopped there. That had 4 runs written all over it there, but credit Archibald to be so timely in the field, cutting that one off.
Oh,
Gift. He banks it through extra cover. Long chase for Louis, but his football skills not very good. Almost said it was Murray-like, but
I would have been there, Ruskin.
yeah, I know you.
I would have been there to fetch the ball. I'd have been there just to fetch the ball and send it back.
After you do all that running.
No, I wouldn't have gone that fast. I knew I wasn't going to get it. So why would I be chasing it? I would have been jogging behind it, and
a rare boundary.
They should have I need to invent a ball where Ruskin, if I'm playing, I need to say, ball, come here.
And it follows you.
And it follows me or something like that. I really need. I've been playing a lot of tennis of late, Ruskin Mark. Oh, by the way, I went to the...
Paddleball or tennis?
No, tennis, proper tennis. I went to the Miami Open final. It was a wonderful experience at the Hard Rock Stadium. And this guy, Sinner.
He's an emerging talent.
He's not a human being.
Yeah, he's an emerging talent.
I didn't get close to him to see what
he's bigger than he looks.
What machinery he's got in him.
Yeah.
But he was absolutely brilliant.
This
could be the 100.
Yep, there's a couple there for him. No,
he's not. Yeah, he returned some balls that you thought, well, he's just going to try and get it back over the net.
He's making a shot.
Shot winners. He is absolutely. I think him. I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that both himself and Alcaraz will rule the tennis world for the next 8 to 10 years, just as we had Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic. It's going to be Sinner and Alcaraz.
So before that, you had Sampras.
Yeah. Connors. Lendl, McEnroe. But this guy is unbelievable. He's an unbelievable talent.
224 for 2 at the end of that over. 81 completed now. Still, we have no sign of the new ball. But I want to believe the umpires would have it out there as an option. I think that's standard procedure. Although most times we see the third umpire bring
Coming
it out.
Yep.
For them. So he might have done that during the little water break that we had.
An expensive over there from Hayden Walsh Jr. 7 runs coming from it. So one of the more expensive overs that we've had in the day's play.
We had one where a couple boundaries were struck back to back. And here he goes again. That is Drake's, who's presenting the single and presenting the strike to Craig Brathwaite, who's on 99 now. And I hope they bring in the field just to make it interesting. Don't just
give him 100. Yep. Well, the man from long off is coming into a mid off.
The point is coming into a traditional cover. And
that's a good delivery. Yep. Was pitched just right in front of Brathwaite and may have had a little bit of turn. And I thought it bounced as well. You could see Brathwaite now going down and checking that pitch and thinking that maybe that ball did in fact bounce more than he anticipated.
And that would be his 100. Very well played indeed. Just turned it away from the man at mid-wicket and got the single that he needed for the 100. 11 fours from 251 balls.
There's been a typical Craig Brathwaite knock. Started slowly. Momentum, he carried on the momentum, and after he went back into a bit of a shell and knocked it around, just getting the singles. So he would be happy with his day's work.
So 200s already in this innings. The two openers. McCuskey getting 101. And now Craig Brathwaite not out 100. 226 for 2.
251 balls, 7 boundaries. That's to tell you how he's... 11 fours, I think. 11 fours, yes, not 7. 11 fours. But still, out of 100, you know it's... but you know the character, Craig Brathwaite. You know what he gives you. But certainly a excellent innings. But...
a strike rate of 39.8.
But he's not going to be bothered about that. You can talk about that from now until the cows come home. He's happy. 226 for 2. That's a typical type of... I don't think they're going to take the new ball the way things are going. They're going to probably just bowl the spinners out. We've got 8 overs left in the day's play. It's just about 25 to 5. So I think they're going to
so they might just be on time there to get the full 90 in by 5 o'clock.
If they bowl the 2 spinners, if they continue with them, or who knows, they may just be the 4 overs to go take the new ball and say, okay, give me all you got.
Cornwall could come back in as well.
Cornwall could bowl an over or 2. I think Durham has had a lot of bowling.
And this one is pulled into the gap, and that's 4 runs. He went tumbling over there, trying to pull it in there, Louis, and couldn't get it. So Craig Brathwaite now pushing on. He's the top scorer in the innings. He's now up to 104.
That was too short, though.
Yep.
Hayden Walsh Jr. But I think you made the point earlier. You're going to get the leg spinner every now and again. It's going to bowl you a loose ball. That's better.
And, so again, Hayden Walsh has to look at how his own personal development as a spinner, as a leg spinner, and kind of figure out what he wants to, what he wants to become as a leg spinner. We've seen so many different leg spinners now in international cricket, doing some amazing things.
It's too short again.
And that one is a gift. That's 4 runs. You don't even need to run that. The man at mid-wicket is so far forward of square, and that one was played behind square. And it really just ran away for a boundary.
Well, the little experiment here, the 50 partnership, by the way, is up. 50 partnership, which is excellent between these two, because they came together with a total 182 for 2. I think the little experiment, and I'm not using the word experiment in a bad way, because I think Hayden Walsh is supposed to be a frontline bowler, but I think they're gonna have to look at a change at this end. Maybe Justin Graves back into the attack,
and I don't think his line is off. He hasn't not attempted anything, but that's probably one of the better line deliveries. He's been so much towards leg. A lot that the batsmen are not under any pressure at all. And if he starts it off stump, Colin, just outside the off stump, and it spins away, and then it brings one back in, that's where you could confuse the batsman. But once you start on the leg stump, you're not bowling a googly on the leg stump. You're basically bowling a leg spinner on the leg stump. So the batsman knows the ball is going one way all the time. So it's 2:35 now for 2 at the end of over number 83.
So is Durham going to continue, or maybe Cornwall, maybe a double change? Cornwall and Graves back into the attack?
Yeah, I think Cornwall is definitely going to take up the attack.
I don't think he's going to go to Louis and Archibald this afternoon again. I think he's going to save them maybe for tomorrow morning and possibly take that new ball first thing in the morning.
I suppose because it's been a long, hot day, and so he might have decided, look, let me just play this out this way, try to do a little damage control here in terms of run scoring, keep things tight, and try again tomorrow. Tomorrow is a new day, so you never know. Things can change drastically in terms of your cricketing fortunes. So it's always important to emphasize that. It is an appeal for an LBW because he was padding up outside that off stump, but I think he was too far outside the off stump, even though he wasn't playing a shot.
It seemed to be outside, hit him outside the line. That's too short.
And another comfortable single for Craig Brathwaite. So he has all of a sudden upped the ante. He's up to 110 now. So he's pushed on here quickly. And maybe he's just trying to see if he could get up to that 250 mark before the end of play. And that would be an achievement in itself. But at one stage, it looked like 300 was very much on the cards at the rate they were going. But the Leeward Islands pulled things back a little bit and stifled appeal again.
A quicker delivery, wasn't it, from Cornwall? I think it was angling down the leg side. Appeared.
He's certainly bowling with a much quicker arm action right now.
Yeah, he is. He's just pushing it through a little bit.
That's well played. And that set it right
not
into
sure it's well played, Ruskin. Well, it was in the air.
Yep, he hit it straight down the man's throat, down that deep square leg, and that looks like the substitute fieldsman who has just come on. I think it was Carty who went off, and he hit it straight down his throat. It was in the sun, so he had to look up at it, but he judged it well in the end. So Drake's goes for 22.
Yeah, he's Drake's. He was. The thing about it, he timed it so very well, and because
too well.
Yeah, he timed it too well. It was. I don't think he meant it for that, for it to go there. Let me just. But Just looking to see who, in fact, Ruskin. Was it Jewel who took the catch, or you're saying it's the
I think
substitute?
it's the substitute fieldsman who
Oh,
came on. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Jewel. Andrew Jewel. But clever bowling from Cornwall, and a good change, a good move, because I thought Durham was starting to become ineffective. They were just playing him, pushing him. He was just, putting that ball down in front of the batsman, and they were very patient, give them credit. But all of a sudden, he decided to bring himself back into the attack. And I think you're right, in terms of him, he was more or less not flighting it, he was more or less pushing it through. And there Drakes went for that sweep shot.
Actually, Colin, you might be right, because look at substitute fielder is here, number 19. Just on the pitch, just behind these three players here. So it might have been Jewel who was down on the boundary.
Yeah, I think it's Jewel who took
They
that
both
catch,
have
because
the same.
look, he's there
He's right at mid wicket. He's
but
now.
But Jewel is at a
It's
sort of
deep
cover,
square,
deep
yeah, so he
coverage.
was-
So I think it's Jewel who took the catch.
Yeah.
He took it comfortable as well. So Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to continue. I thought they may have decided to bring Graves with the dismissal of Drakes.
So
but
Wickham. So Kevin Wickham has come out.
Yeah, but he's at the non-striker's end. As Brathwaite continues his long vigil. He must now be looking to play out the rest of the day. It's a good delivery. Googly coming back at Brathwaite as he was pushing forward. It spun back at him, took the inner part of the bat.
So that's where the line has to be, so much better from him, from Hayden Walsh Jr. Can't bowl at that leg stump all the time, because then you're just turning the ball back into the right hander, trying to turn it across him. But if you start it on about off stump, and you bowl the same delivery, he may not be sure. He may be in two minds if that is the googly or if it's the leg spinner.
So just 5 overs left after this in the day's play. You see Walsh asking mid-off, the long off and the long on to come into an orthodox.
Yep.
Mid-off saving a single. Good move, because this is a new batsman. He's going to be facing his first ball. You don't want to have the fielder. You want to let him struggle to get his first single.
Yeah.
And if he has to go over the top, then that's fine. But put some pressure on him. There's only one slip. I'd have liked to have seen maybe a forward short leg or a silly point.
And why is the point fielder on 3/4 of the way out to a brand new batsman who's facing his first ball?
That's the cater for the bad ball, Ruskin. Short outside the off stump, which doesn't make much sense. Because once he pitches that ball up just outside the line of the off stump, all Wickham is going to do is just not only that, but he's just going to push it into that huge gap. But it's the end of the over.
237 for 3.
Yep, 1 run coming from the over. Cornwall will continue. 237 for 3. Ruskin, still a day that has belonged to Barbados. When you think about it, they may have fell 30 runs short of what they should have had based on their start. I think they slowed a lot. Credit to the Leeward Islands, because the bowlers kept things tight, and they couldn't really push on as they would have liked to. And they've picked up the 3 wickets, but more than that, they've limited Barbados to at the end of the day, if Barbados get to 250, they would be pretty happy, the Leeward Islands, and they picked up 3 wickets, and it's all what's going to happen tomorrow.
And they've scored, what, 60 runs since tea?
Yeah, it was what,
Yeah,
at T 177?
177, yeah.
Yes, so
they've
it's
scored
been,
60 runs.
yeah. You would have thought if they after tea, they would have looked to get to somewhere 267, at least 90 runs.
Yep, 80, 90 runs in
80,
that
90
session.
in the last,
session.
especially when they were so much on top
Mhm.
of the proceedings.
Yeah, you lost 1 wicket at that time. You lost 2 wickets. You scored 60 runs so far in this session. And, but this man continues to chug along.
If they don't get him out this afternoon, you have to think they've got to get him out early tomorrow. Not that he is scoring at a fast rate. The thing is,
But
he's
he holds
occupying the
everything
crease.
together.
That's right.
He holds everything together.
Yeah, and he occupies the crease,
Yeah,
which
no.
is, and the others can bat around him.
Yeah, all he
the
needs is
stroke
one
players.
other person,
Yeah.
to get a 50 or 60, and 250, 260 could become 370, 390.
Yeah,
And he's still there.
yeah. They must be looking at 400 from this,
Yep.
from 2838 for 3. They must be looking at least 400. And I think you made the point. Bat until tea
Yep,
tomorrow.
Yep. And then you
Or maybe
assess-
maybe half an hour before tea, and send them in. You bat the first session in an hour and a half, and then, but cricket is a funny old game, isn't it?
Yep.
By the time we blink tomorrow, Trinidad and Tobago 107 for 3, 126 all out. That was Ronnie's fault. He just
My question is, who was the commentator on at the time?
not me. I thankfully I was waiting to come on and the game was done. I got the 2 Barbados wickets,
There you go.
but I just I couldn't believe it. I was sitting at the back, and
Wickets just kept
wickets
falling.
started falling, and I said, "Hey, I'm not coming on now."
Carry on,
But,
carry
you'll
on.
carry on. You already wrecked the whole Trinidad and Tobago team. I think it was Kesrick Williams and Andy Payne. Was it Andy Payne? Yeah, and Kesrick. They wrecked the entire Trinidad batting team and then said, "Oh, it's a poor batting display." I said, "No, it was good bowling from you all."
238 for 3 at the end of that over. And Craig Brathwaite chugging along. He's on 112. 266 deliveries faced. In any one of your mammoth innings, did you ever face 266 balls?
I'd be too tired.
That's a lot of deliveries.
He's batted whole day,
Yeah. Yep.
The man has batted
He
for,
faced the first
the
ball
man
this morning.
basically, he's batted for what,
Almost
5 hours
s-
and
yeah,
50
almost
minutes
6 hours. He's
Yeah.
been out there.
in this boiling hot sun. Crazy.
And he gets a short ball that he's tugging it to long on. And, but
So
Hayden Walsh, that's the thing
so-
I'm thinking. Hayden Walsh has to become more consistent with his bowling.
Yeah.
You know.
The thing with Hayden Walsh, when he first came on the scene, he started to pick up a lot of wickets. But my thing with him is, I don't find he's come on. He's
Yeah,
bowling
he
the
kicked on
same
as a
way
bowler,
now
yeah, that he
as
did
say
then.
3 years ago
Mhm.
or 5 years ago.
And he hasn't added anything
No.
to his repertoire.
No, and that's my problem with him. I mean, there's runs in
Yeah,
it.
that one peels
Yeah.
it off a thick outside
Side
edge.
Yeah.
They might get a third one if they hurry. No, they decided against it. But look at how far
Yeah.
Powell had to run from to get to the ball, and they only took 2 runs.
I think Wickham was looking for the third, and for some reason Brathwaite decided he was not. You got to give him. Man has been there, as I say, for 5 hours and 52 minutes. He must be tired. And to gallop 3, I don't think he was interested in that.
Yeah, he just seemed to switch off after 2. 241 now for 3. So Yeah, maybe the 250 is on the mark. We have what, 86 overs. We're in the 87th over. And they're going to get, this might be the first leg by of the innings. If he didn't get a touch. And actually,
Yes,
no,
it is.
Yep.
So the first extra coming in the 87th over and a 10-5.
Yep.
So Barca fans, they're in glee. Ruskin, they've taken a 3-2 lead against PSG.
Like no lead is safe in the football anymore. It's like the other teams are just fighting back, fighting right down to the end. So we had 2 drawn games yesterday, 2 exciting draws. We have another 3-2 scenario here.
Rafinha came back in the second half again to score his second. So he has a brace. And Christensen scored the third. So and Borussia Dortmund, they've pulled one back against Atletico Madrid.
So 242 now for 3 at the end of that over. 87 overs completed. So 3 to go to complete the quota, the 90 over quota for the day. But to their credit, the Leeward Islands have done very well. They've been consistent, 29 to 30 overs or thereabouts in each session. And I think as a board, the West Indies Cricket Board will be happy to see that the teams are, making an effort to complete the 90 overs within the stipulated time, even though there are allowances to go over. And since Wickham has arrived at the crease, he's looked untroubled.
Well, he's only faced 9 deliveries, and I don't think there have been deliveries that really troubled him. He's playing correct. Not sure him going on the back foot for that one. Didn't think it was that short, and it hurried on to him.
He's one of those players with as they say, a bag full of potential.
Yeah.
And it's how he kind of, allows it to unfold. Because he every time you see him, he looks so correct with his batting. It just seems like he has all the time in the world. He can, he can score quickly when he wants to. And is that a bat pad? No, it isn't. Only pad, no bat. Cornwall didn't seem too interested.
No, he didn't.
And when the big fella is not interested, he's not interested.
He's bowled well, though. He said, in his 22nd over, 2 for 70. I think this spell, he's come back here late in the afternoon.
Better.
Yeah, he's not getting much turn, but what I like is his line, his length, and he's making the batsman play at everything.
Because he's starting the deliveries just on about that off stump, just outside the off stump. He's starting from an area where the batsman invariably will want to play and to avoid, even with a straighter ball, going on to hit the stump. 242 for 3 at the end of that one.
So it seems to be Walsh Jr. is going to bowl. Well, it's just about the oval clock says 5 minutes to 5.
We have 88 overs completed.
We have 88 overs completed. So we're going to get in the 90 overs, I would think, by 5 o'clock. Don't think we're going to get any more. Cornwall, however, is making his way off the field. He's had enough. 90 overs is gone as far as he's concerned. So he's
wonder if
making
he
his
hurt
way off.
himself or something, because it's kind of unusual for him to trot off with, and he's bowling.
Yeah.
So he would have been bowling the
90th over. Yeah. Well, they may very well give it to Durham, or I'm not sure if they're gonna. They need to get a wicket, so I would probably try and get Graves back in the attack just for that final over. Because the way Cornwall went off the field gives me the impression he's got no,
He's not coming
he's
back.
not going to return.
I believe
That's
so.
for sure.
Yep. We'll see you all tomorrow. And again, those are the better. That's the better line that he's bowling when he bowls that ball. More to the off stump. Because if he's going to bowl the googly at all, I want to believe that he could confuse the batsman, because I'm not sure they're picking it all that easily. But if he starts it outside the leg or on the leg stump, it's very unlikely he scores in any. That's the line that I really would like to see him bowl a lot more, because it's just that line that could cause the indecision.
Yeah, but give Wickham credit. He played it well. He was
Yep.
and he was backing across, and he knew exactly where he was going to play that delivery.
He covered that turning option there. And there's the googly coming back in, but Bradford
short.
and Bradford was in position to cover it.
Not only was he in position to cover it, he was able to push it down to long on to get the signal. It was too short, and it started to turn back at Brathwaite as soon as it pitched. And if you're going to bowl that googly, you've got to give it a little bit more air, and you've got to pitch it somewhere outside the line of the off stump.
That one spun a little bit. Hamilton puts his hands on his hip as if to say, how did you play that?
He always seems to interfere with the batsmen. He just seems to love to chat to them. It's a real live wire, isn't he?
And and why are you bowling with a long on, and keep the batsman at long on, at mid on for both batsmen, because I don't think Barford is going to suddenly get a rush of blood and go over long on, especially in these dying stages. So you're basically just giving him a single, a comfortable single. 2, 4, 5 for 3. 89 overs completed now. And it looks like it's going to be your favorite last ball to end the session bowler,
Powell?
Kieran Powell.
My word.
Powell will end the session for us and end the day's play, it looks like. It must have been, something must have been wrong with Cornwall for him to be in the middle of a spell. He got a wicket 2 overs ago, and to just not bother to be back to bowl that final over of the day. I mean, another wicket here would be ideal for the Leeward Islands. So you would think he would want to be out there to bowl this final over. Nevertheless, Hamilton is the one conducting proceedings, it looks like.
Well, this is going to be interesting, because the same thing happened, as you rightly said, before lunch. And all Brathwaite did was to play every delivery just in front of him.
So
Except this one he's leaving alone because it's so far outside the line of the off stump.
he has a slip and a forward short leg. He has a mid-wicket square just to the left of that forward short leg, so he's looking over his shoulder. And he sits straight down to the guy at deep mid-wicket. Only this time he hit it on the ground, unlike
Drake's.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're really coming to the end of an enthralling day's cricket. Again, Barbados won the toss and decided to bat first. And boy, what a decision that turned out to be. The openers put on 171 before being separated in the afternoon session, just before the tea. interval, and that was McCaskey, who went for 100 and won his maiden first class 100. And of course, we also saw Reefer come, and he departed. And they're gonna have to hurry here, and they will get the single two in the end. Driven hard back past the bowler. I thought it was gonna crash into the stump, but it didn't. And then Raymond Reefer was out for 3. He was caught by Powell of the bowling of Cornwall, 182 for 2. And then a short while ago, Jonathan Drakes batted well for his 22, but he was caught jewel in the deep of the bowling of Cornwall, 236 for 3. And here is another sweep shot, another pull shot, literally, that nets him another run. So that should be the end of play for the day. 248 for 3.
A good day for Barbados Pride when you think about it. Winning the toss, opting to bat, 2 centurions at 248 for 3. They would be looking tomorrow to carry on, get to at least 400 plus. They can get to maybe 425, so somewhere there, 425, 430. I think they'll be happy and try to win this game by bowling out Leeward Islands twice. But it's been a really good day. Skipper Brathwaite leading from the front. He won the toss. He couldn't want anything better, and then opting to take first strike as well. I think great decision by him. The pitch holds absolutely no devils. May have had a little bit of moisture to start with, but I think they weathered the storm, and they were really doing a good job. And as it turned out, it's been really an excellent day. The Leeward Islands, their bowlers tried. Their opening bowlers, Louis and Archibald, bowled well. They bowled tight in the first spell. They couldn't get a wicket, but they never gave away much runs. But the Barbados Pride openers, McCaskey and Brathwaite, they weathered that early storm. You could see the determination that they were just going to stay there, occupy the crease, pick up the odd single here or there. And once things became a little easier and the pitch started to play better, they started to play their shots, especially McCaskey. He went on to make a really good 100. And, of course, ably supported by Brathwaite. The bowling, we talked about Louis and Archibald. Then Cornwall came on a marathon spell from him. He picked up the 2 wickets. Justin Graves, he looked good. He was just picking up 1 wicket, but he bowled a good line. He bowled a good length. And Durham and Hayden Walsh were the other bowlers that really... Durham also bowled a pretty good line, but not successful. So all in all, a day that Ruskin, that has belonged to the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, and they'll be happy with what they've gotten. They probably might feel they were 20, 30 runs short of
Possibly,
where
I would think so.
They could have been.
Yep, 260, 265.
Yeah, but they lost only 3 wickets, and I think they'll be happy with that. If you won the toss and batted and you only lose 3 wickets in a day, I think you'll settle for that any time. So 248 for 3 is where they end today. That's where we will resume tomorrow. On behalf of Colin Murray and Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much for being with us, and we look forward to your company again come tomorrow right here at the Queen's Park Oval.